Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When I moved in, the basement floor was sealed in rough concrete, standard stuff, nothing unusual. A month later, I noticed a crack spreading from the back wall. I thought maybe moisture, but when I poked around, the concrete crumbled like dried clay. Beneath it wasn't just dirt, it was layered, mixed with ashes, old nails, and what looked like bones. Not animal bones, smaller, delicate. I tried to report it anonymously, but nobody followed up. That's when I started hearing footsteps above me, even when I was the only one home. The house creaks in patterns now, and the crack has widened. The real estate agent had been unusually eager to close the deal. I remember her hands shaking when she handed me the keys, how she avoided eye contact when I asked about the previous owner. She said he'd moved suddenly, left everything behind. Family emergency, she claimed. But when I found his mail still coming months later, I started wondering what kind of emergency makes someone abandon their entire life. I began documenting everything. The footsteps always came in sequences of 7. The crack in the basement grew wider each week, following what seemed like deliberate lines. I measured it, photographed it, kept detailed notes. The smell was getting stronger too, earthy, metallic, with something underneath that made my stomach turn. I'd catch whiffs of it even upstairs, seeping through the floorboards like a slow lake. The neighbors were no help. The woman next door claimed she'd never seen the previous owner, which was impossible given how close the houses were. The man across the street just shrugged when I asked, but I caught him watching my house from his window, always watching. His curtains would twitch whenever I came or went, and I started timing my trips to see if he was still there. He always was. I tried the local police again, this time in person. The officer behind the desk barely looked up from his paperwork, said they'd gotten similar calls about old houses settling, suggested I contact a contractor, but I'd already done that. The contractor took one look at the basement and left without saying a word. He wouldn't return my calls after that. The mail kept coming for the previous owner, bills, advertisements, but also personal letters. I wasn't supposed to open them, but when one arrived marked urgent from what looked like a law firm, I couldn't resist. Inside was a notice about a missing person case, a child. The letter referenced evidence and asked for cooperation with an ongoing investigation. The address on the letter matched my house. I started researching the neighborhood's history. The library had old newspaper archives, and I spent hours scrolling through decades of local news. There were more missing person cases than seemed normal for such a quiet area. Children mostly, all within a few blocks of my house. The reports were brief, clinical. No follow-ups, no resolutions, just names and faces that disappeared from the record. The footsteps became more frequent. I'd hear them during the day now, not just at night. 7 steps, pause, 7 more. I tried recording them, but the audio came out muffled, distorted. Sometimes I'd hear voices too, faint and distant, like conversations happening in another room. But I'd check every room, every closet, every corner, nothing. I found a box of photographs in the basement, tucked behind the water heater. The previous owner had left them there. They showed the house over the years, but what struck me was how the basement looked different in each photo. The concrete floor appeared and disappeared, sometimes showing just dirt underneath. In one photo, I could see the outline of what looked like a small grave. The police file was harder to access, but I knew someone who worked at the station. She pulled the records quietly off the books. The previous owner had been questioned multiple times about neighborhood disappearances, but never charged. Lack of evidence, they said, but the file was thick, filled with witness statements and timelines that painted a disturbing picture. Children who'd been seen playing near the house, children who'd never made it home. I confronted the woman next door again. This time she broke down. She'd seen things, she said. The previous owner digging in his backyard, strange smells coming from his basement, but she'd been too scared to report it. Too scared of what might happen if she spoke up. She'd lived in fear for years, pretending not to notice, pretending everything was normal. The crack in my basement had spread across the entire floor now. I could see more of what lay beneath, layers of dirt, ash, and those delicate bones scattered throughout. I called the police again, demanding they investigate. This time they came, but the officers who arrived were the same ones who dismissed the previous reports. They looked at the basement, took a few photos, and left. No crime scene tape, no investigation team, just a promise to file a report. I realized then that some people knew. The system wasn't broken, it was working exactly as intended, protecting the wrong people, silencing the right questions. The previous owner hadn't moved because of a family emergency. He'd moved because someone had finally started paying attention, and now I was the one asking questions. The footsteps above me have stopped, but I know they'll return, because I'm not the first person to find what's buried in this basement, and I probably won't be the last. The house has a way of finding the right owners, people who will look the other way or who will disappear when they see too much. I keep telling myself I'm different, that I'll make sure the truth comes out. But the crack in the basement has started to seal itself. New concrete applied in the middle of the night while I slept. I never hired anyone to fix it. I never bought concrete. Yet each morning it's a little more covered, a little more hidden. And I'm starting to wonder if I'm really the one fighting for justice, or if I'm just the next person learning to live with what's buried beneath my feet. Crime 2, I bought the couch off a roadside sale, cheap, a little beat up, but it fit through the door. The first night I sat on it, I felt something hard inside the cushion. I cut a slit, thinking it was trash or maybe an old remote. Instead, I pulled out a bundle of cloth, tightly wrapped, sticky with age. Inside were photographs, each one more disturbing than the last. People bound and blindfolded, some unconscious, some clearly not. On the back of one photo was a note, "Do not sell this again." I don't think I was supposed to find it, and I don't think I was the first. The fabric had that musty smell of basements and forgotten storage units. My hands trembled as I spread the photos across my coffee table, each image more horrifying than the last. The people in them weren't actors, their fear was real, carved into their faces like permanent scars. Some photos showed different rooms, different backgrounds, but the same hands appeared in several shots. Hands with a distinctive scar across the knuckles, a tattoo barely visible on the wrist. I should have called the police immediately. Instead, I found myself studying every detail, searching for clues that might lead me to understand what I'd stumbled into. The quality of the photos suggested they weren't recent. The color had that faded quality of pictures from decades past, but the digital camera used for some of the later shots told a different story. This wasn't ancient history. This was ongoing. The woman who sold me the couch lived 3 blocks away. I remembered her nervous laughter when I'd knocked on her door the next morning, asking about the couch's history. She'd claimed it belonged to her late husband, said she needed it gone quickly. Her eyes darted away when she spoke, fingers picking at the hem of her sweater. Now I understood why. I returned to her house that evening, the photos hidden in my jacket pocket. Through her kitchen window, I watched her washing dishes with mechanical precision, her movements stiff and repetitive. When she noticed me at the door, her face went pale. She knew why I was there before I spoke a word. Inside her living room, surrounded by the scent of old coffee and fear, she finally told me the truth. Her husband hadn't died of natural causes. He'd been murdered, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The police had ruled it a heart attack, but she knew better. She'd found those same photos hidden in their bedroom, along with others, videos that made her stomach turn. She destroyed everything she could find, but the couch had been moved to storage before she could search it properly. Her hands shook as she poured tea neither of us would drink. She explained how she'd tried to burn the couch, but neighbors had complained about the smoke. How she'd attempted to tear it apart, but the construction was too solid. Eventually, she'd convinced herself that maybe she'd imagined the worst of it. Maybe selling it would finally end the nightmare that had consumed her life. But the photos I'd found weren't the ones she'd destroyed. These were different victims, different rooms. Her husband hadn't been working alone. The next few days blurred together as I dove deeper into research I should have left to professionals. I visited the library, combed through old newspaper archives, searching for missing persons reports that might match the faces in those photographs. The more I learned, the more I realized I was walking into something far larger than one man's crimes. 3 other families had sold furniture from estate sales in the past 2 years. All had lost someone unexpectedly. All had rushed to clear out their homes, desperate to escape memories too painful to bear. I wondered how many other couches, chairs, and cabinets were sitting in living rooms across the city, hiding their own terrible secrets. The police detective I finally contacted seemed more interested in how I'd obtained the photos than in investigating their contents. He asked pointed questions about my relationship with the previous owner, about my reasons for cutting open the couch, about my mental health history. When I pressed him about the investigation, he mentioned budget constraints and resource allocation, the same bureaucratic language that had probably buried dozens of similar cases. I kept the photos despite his requests to surrender them as evidence. Something in his manner suggested they might disappear into a filing cabinet and never see daylight again. Instead, I made copies, stored them in multiple locations, and began my own investigation. The tattoo on the wrist led me to a local tattoo parlor where the artist remembered the design, a small anchor with initials that had been deliberately obscured in the photos. The parlor kept records going back 20 years, and the name associated with that particular tattoo was still alive, still living in the same neighborhood where all the furniture sales had taken place. But when I arrived at his address, I found an empty house with a for sale sign in the yard. The neighbor mentioned he'd moved away suddenly, leaving behind most of his belongings. An estate sale was scheduled for the following weekend. The same company that had handled the other sales would be managing this one too. I attended that sale, watching carefully as buyers examined furniture and household items. The company representatives answered questions with practiced ease, their smiles never quite reaching their eyes. They knew exactly what they were selling, and they knew exactly who their customers were. Standing in that driveway, surrounded by the belongings of another dead man, I finally understood the scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about hidden photographs or a single predator. This was a network, a system that had been operating for years, moving evidence from house to house, victim to victim, always staying one step ahead of anyone who might ask too many questions. The couch I'd bought wasn't just furniture, it was a message, a test, and by finding those photos, by following the trail they'd created, I'd proven I was exactly the kind of person they'd been looking for. Someone curious enough to investigate, isolated enough to work alone, desperate enough to believe I could make a difference. Now I sit in my living room, the couch pushed against the far wall, wondering if I'm a detective or the next victim. The photos are still hidden throughout my house, insurance against whatever comes next. But insurance only works if someone else knows where to look, and I'm starting to realize that might be exactly what they're counting on. The phone rings sometimes, but no one speaks when I answer. Cars drive slowly past my house at odd hours, their occupants never quite visible through tinted windows. I've started checking the locks twice before bed, started noticing which neighbors seem to watch my comings and goings with unusual interest. Maybe I should move, maybe I should leave everything behind and start over somewhere else. But I keep thinking about those faces in the photographs, about the families who sold their furniture and tried to forget. Someone needs to remember. Someone needs to keep asking questions. Even if those questions might be the last ones they ever ask. Crime 3, it started with the floorboards in my pantry bowing upward. I thought termites or tree roots. When I pried them up, there was a wooden hatch. Underneath, a tunnel, dug by hand, narrow, damp, reinforced with makeshift beams. I only went a few feet before panic hit and I scrambled out. The police came, sealed it, took photos, but gave no answers. They never told me where it led. But a few nights later, I heard scraping under the floor again, louder this time, closer. I moved out the next day. I still get dirt under my nails when I wake up. The official report listed it as an abandoned construction project, case closed, but the detective who responded to my call had this look in his eyes, like he'd seen something similar before. When I pressed him, he just shook his head and walked away. That bothered me more than the tunnel itself. I couldn't let it go. The house had been vacant for 2 years before I bought it. The previous owner died of natural causes, they said, an elderly woman who kept to herself, but neighbors started talking when I asked around. They remembered strange noises coming from the property late at night, scraping sounds like someone digging. The woman who lived next door invited me over for coffee. Her kitchen window faced the backyard where I'd lived. She kept glancing toward it as we talked, her fingers drumming against her mug. She told me about seeing movement in the yard during winter months, shadows that didn't match the bare trees. Someone had been out there when the ground should have been frozen solid. I went back to the house one afternoon. The new tenants weren't home. I walked around the perimeter looking for anything I'd missed. That's when I noticed the flower bed, freshly planted, but the soil underneath was different, darker, denser, like it had been disturbed and replaced. The pattern of flowers formed a rough rectangle, about the size of a person. The hardware store owner remembered selling unusual quantities of rope and plastic sheeting to someone matching the elderly woman's description. Cash transactions, no records, but he kept receipts for everything, even cash sales. I found the dates. They corresponded with the period when neighbors heard the digging sounds. I started having dreams about crawling through narrow spaces. The smell of damp earth filled my nostrils. My hands scraped against wooden supports that felt smooth from repeated contact. In the dreams, I wasn't alone in the tunnel. Someone else was there, breathing just ahead of me in the darkness. I'd wake up with soil embedded under my fingernails, even though I hadn't been near dirt in weeks. The local newspaper archives revealed something the police hadn't mentioned. 3 missing person reports filed over the past 5 years, all transients, people without permanent addresses or family connections. The kind of disappearances that don't generate headlines or sustained investigations. Each report was filed by different social workers, but the last known locations formed a pattern around the neighborhood where I'd lived. I tracked down one of the social workers. She remembered the cases clearly, too clearly. Her voice dropped to a whisper when she described the missing individuals. All had mentioned finding temporary shelter. All had talked about someone offering them help, a kind elderly woman who provided meals and a place to stay. The social worker had tried to follow up, but the woman was always too busy to meet, always had excuses. Evidence was circumstantial, suggestive but not conclusive. The tunnel could have been for storage. The disturbed soil might have been routine landscaping. The missing people might have simply moved on, as transients often do, but the accumulation of details created a picture I couldn't ignore. I contacted the detective again. This time he agreed to meet me at a diner across town. He looked tired, worn down. He told me about other cases he'd worked, similar patterns, vulnerable people disappearing near properties owned by seemingly harmless elderly individuals. The investigations always stalled due to lack of evidence or witnesses. The suspects always died of natural causes before charges could be filed. He slid a folder across the table. Crime scene photos from other locations, tunnels, some crude, others elaborate, underground spaces that served purposes beyond storage or shelter, restraints bolted to walls, drainage systems, ventilation shafts. The detective's voice was steady, but his hands shook as he turned the pages. The woman who'd owned my house had family, a daughter who lived several states away. I called her claiming to be interested in family history for the property. She was eager to talk about her mother, proud of the woman's charitable work. Her mother had always helped people in need, she said, provided food and shelter to those who had nowhere else to go. Such a generous soul. But when I asked about the basement renovations, the daughter grew quiet. Her mother had done a lot of work on the house in her final years. Expensive projects that seemed unnecessary for an elderly woman living alone. The daughter had questioned the expenses, but her mother insisted on privacy. Family conversations became strained. Visits became less frequent. I made one final trip to the house. The current tenants had moved out suddenly. The property was empty again. I brought a flashlight and proper tools. The police tape was gone. The hatch in the pantry had been boarded over, but the boards were loose. Someone had been down there recently. The tunnel extended further than I'd initially explored. It branched in multiple directions. One passage led toward the flower bed I'd noticed. Another angled toward the neighboring property. The walls showed tool marks, systematic excavation over an extended period. This wasn't the work of someone hiding valuables or creating storm shelter. At the end of the longest passage, I found a small chamber. Empty now, but the walls told a story. Scratch marks, worn smooth patches where someone might have lined or struggled. Metal brackets that had been recently removed. The air was thick with the smell of bleach and something else, something organic that shouldn't have been there. I documented everything with my camera, but when I tried to report my findings, the detective had been transferred to another department. The case files were sealed pending review. The property was sold to an investment company that planned immediate demolition. My photos were dismissed as inconclusive evidence of criminal activity. The construction crew found nothing when they excavated the foundation. The tunnel system had been filled with concrete. Clean, professional work completed between my last visit and the demolition. Someone had been watching, someone with resources and motivation to erase evidence. I still drive by the location sometimes. A small garden center operates there now. Bright flowers and vegetables growing in soil that once concealed other things. The customers are cheerful, unaware of what lies beneath their feet. The owner, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, always waves when she sees me looking. But I notice things others might miss. The way she watches certain customers. How she offers help to people who seem lost or desperate. The small apartment above the shop where she sometimes houses individuals temporarily. People who need a place to stay while they get back on their feet. And sometimes, late at night, I hear scraping sounds in my new home. Soft scratching beneath the floorboards. It might be mice or settling wood. But when I wake up, there's always dirt under my fingernails, and the smell of damp earth that never quite goes away. Crime 4, I was filling out paperwork online, uploading an ID photo, when a warning popped up. Image matches existing record. I thought it was a glitch, but it linked me to government file. A missing persons case, someone with my face, my height, even my birthmarks, but the details were wrong. The hometown, the parents, none of it matched, or maybe I was the one who didn't match. I've tried to ignore it, but recently, strangers have started calling me by a different name. Even my own reflection seems off, like it's hesitating before copying me. The first thing I did was print the file. The paper felt heavier than it should have, like it was absorbing moisture from my palms. The photograph stared back at me with my own eyes, but there was something in the expression I didn't recognize. A tightness around the mouth, a way of holding the head that felt foreign yet familiar. The missing person had been reported 6 months before I was supposedly born. The parents listed lived in a state I'd never visited, in a house I'd never seen. Yet when I closed my eyes, I could almost smell the kitchen described in the report, coffee grounds mixed with something metallic, like old pennies left in a drawer. I started with phone calls. The investigating officer had retired, but his replacement was helpful enough. She pulled up archived files, cross-referenced databases, ran my fingerprints through systems I didn't know existed. Everything came back clean. My identity was solid, documented, verified, but the nagging feeling persisted that I was looking at evidence of my own disappearance. The parents from the file were still alive. Finding them took longer than I expected, but when I did, the woman's voice on the phone went silent for so long I thought the call had dropped. When she spoke again, her words came out broken, like she was crying and trying not to let me hear. "We never stopped looking," she whispered, "even after they told us to give up hope." She agreed to meet me at a diner halfway between our locations. I arrived first, choosing a booth with a clear view of the entrance. When she walked in, I felt my stomach drop. She moved like I did, the same slight favor of the left foot, the same way of scanning a room before settling. But it was her reaction that unnerved me most. She stopped 3 feet from my table, her face draining of color. "You're not him," she said, but her voice carried no conviction. We sat across from each other, neither of us touching the coffee that grew cold between us. She told me about her son, about the birthmark on his shoulder that matched mine exactly, about habits and mannerisms that sounded disturbingly familiar. She showed me pictures from his childhood, and I found myself remembering things that hadn't happened to me. The sandbox in the backyard where I'd buried toy soldiers. The way the afternoon light hit the kitchen window, casting long shadows across linoleum floors. The sound of her humming while she cooked, a melody I found myself humming without realizing it. "He had these dreams," she said, stirring sugar into coffee she wouldn't drink. "Nightmares about being someone else, living in a different place. We took him to doctors, but they said it was normal childhood anxiety." I left that meeting with more questions than answers and a manila envelope full of photographs. That night I spread them across my kitchen table and tried to make sense of what I was seeing. School pictures, family gatherings, birthday parties, a life that felt like a story someone had told me, vivid but not quite my own. The next morning I found a voicemail from a number I didn't recognize. A man's voice, gravelly and uncertain, asking if I was the person who'd been asking questions about the missing boy. He said he had information, but only if I was willing to meet in person. He gave me an address and told me to come alone. The address led to a storage facility on the outskirts of town. The man was waiting by Unit 47, smoking a cigarette with hands that shook slightly. He was older than his voice had suggested, with gray stubble and eyes that avoided direct contact. "I was the one who found the car," he said without preamble. "Down by the old quarry, empty, doors unlocked, keys still in the ignition. but there was something else. He led me into the storage unit, which was filled with boxes and covered furniture. From a cardboard box marked personal effects, he pulled out a small notebook with a blue cover. The pages were water damaged but still readable. This was in the glove compartment. Never made it into the official report. Figured it was just kid stuff, but after all these years, it's been eating at me. The notebook contained what looked like a diary, written in handwriting that made my chest tighten. The entries described a growing sense of displacement, of not belonging in his own life, dreams that felt more real than waking, memories that belonged to someone else. One entry, dated just days before the disappearance, made my hands shake as I read it. I keep thinking about another house, another family. Sometimes I wake up and for a few seconds I don't know where I am. It's like I'm living someone else's life, and somewhere out there someone else is living mine. The man watched me read, his expression unreadable. "There's something else," he said, reaching back into the box. This was tucked inside the back cover. It was a photograph, creased and faded. Two children, maybe 8 or 9 years old, standing in front of a house I recognized. My house. The house where I'd grown up, but I wasn't one of the children in the picture. Or maybe I was, and I'd somehow forgotten. The drive home felt longer than usual. I kept checking the rearview mirror, not because I thought I was being followed, but because I wasn't sure the face looking back at me was the right one. The notebook sat on my passenger seat, its presence heavy and accusatory. That evening I called my parents, not to accuse them of anything, but to ask casual questions about my childhood. When I mentioned the recurring dreams I'd had as a child, dreams of being lost, of belonging somewhere else, my mother's voice became careful, measured. "You were always an anxious child," she said. "The doctors said it was normal, growing pains." But there was something in her tone, a rehearsed quality that made me wonder how many times she'd given that same explanation. I started going through my own childhood belongings, stored in boxes in my basement. Birth certificates, school records, medical files. Everything seemed in order, but I noticed things I'd never paid attention to before. The handwriting on early school assignments looked different from what I remembered. Photos from family gatherings showed me standing slightly apart from everyone else, as if I'd been added to the group at the last second. The breakthrough came when I was digitizing old home videos. In one clip, recorded at what was supposed to be my 9th birthday party, I could hear my father's voice behind the camera asking, "Are you having fun?" The child in the video, me supposedly, looked directly at the lens and said, "This isn't my birthday." Everyone laughed as if it were a joke, but the expression on the child's face was serious, almost pleading. I've watched that clip dozens of times now, and each viewing makes me more certain that something happened to me, or to him, or to us. The missing persons file remains open, officially unsolved. The parents still hope for answers, and I'm left wondering if I'm the answer they've been looking for, or if I'm just another question in a case that was never meant to be solved. The strangers who call me by a different name have become more frequent. They approach me in grocery stores, at gas stations, with a recognition that feels both foreign and familiar. Some of them know details about my life that I've never shared, while others seem surprised when I don't remember them. Last week I received a package with no return address. Inside was a key and a note written in handwriting that looked like mine but felt wrong somehow. It said, "When you're ready to remember, you'll know where this belongs." I carry the key with me now, waiting for the moment when I'll see a lock it fits. But part of me wonders if that moment will bring answers or just more questions. If I'll discover who I really am, or if I'll lose the person I've always believed myself to be. The reflection in my bathroom mirror still hesitates sometimes, as if it's checking with someone else before showing me my face. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I can almost hear another voice whispering in my ear, telling me stories about a life I might have lived in a place I might have called home. Crime 5, I wanted to repaint the guest room, harmless weekend project. When I pulled off the first strip of wallpaper, the wall beneath was streaked with dark brown smears, dried blood. It ran in patterns, almost like handprints, but distorted, dragged. I peeled more, revealing words scrawled beneath in capital letters. It's still here. I stopped, sealed everything back up. That night I heard tapping from inside the wall, rhythmic, like someone spelling something. I don't use that room anymore, but sometimes I catch my guests staring at it like they hear it too. The house had been mine for 6 months. Estate sale, they said. Previous owner died of natural causes. The price was too good to pass up, even though something felt wrong from the moment I stepped inside. The air held a metallic taste that never quite left, no matter how many windows I opened. I called the real estate agent first. Her voice turned careful when I described what I'd found. She mentioned the previous owner had been reclusive, lived alone for decades. No family came forward when she passed. The house sat empty for 2 years before going to auction. She suggested I contact the police, but her tone implied she'd rather I didn't. The detective who came seemed tired before he even looked at the wall. He scraped samples, took photographs, asked routine questions. Had I noticed anything else unusual? Any strange smells, sounds, visitors? I mentioned the tapping, but his expression remained neutral. Blood could be from anything, he said. Old injury, nosebleed, pet accident. The writing looked fresh compared to the stains, probably added later by someone with access to the house. But I kept digging. The previous owner's name was in public records, an elderly woman who'd inherited the house from her parents in the 70s. Neighbors remembered her as quiet, polite when spoken to, but always seemed nervous. She rarely left the property and never had visitors. The mail carrier noticed her decline over the past few years, packages piling up, bills going unpaid. I found her death certificate. Natural causes as reported, heart failure, but the coroner's notes mentioned she'd been deceased for several weeks before discovery. The smell had finally prompted a welfare check. Her body was found in the kitchen, but there were signs she'd been living primarily in the basement during her final months. Food wrappers, blankets, a makeshift bed in the corner. The basement door in my house was painted shut. Multiple coats applied hastily. When I finally pried it open, the smell hit me immediately. Damp earth and something else, something organic and wrong. The basement was empty except for a single chair facing the wall where I'd found the blood upstairs. Scratches covered the concrete floor in long, parallel lines, like someone had been dragging something heavy repeatedly across the same path. The wall directly below the guest room showed water damage, dark stains that spread upward toward the ceiling. I brought a blacklight down. The stains glowed, not just on the wall, but across the floor in a pattern that led from the chair to a corner where the concrete looked newer than the rest, crudely patched as if someone had dug and refilled a section of the foundation. The police returned, but their investigation felt perfunctory. They tested the glowing stains, human blood, but too degraded to determine whose. The concrete showed signs of disturbance, but without cause for a full excavation, they couldn't justify the expense. The case file mentioned the previous owner's mental health had deteriorated significantly before her death. Neighbors reported hearing her talking to herself, sometimes screaming at someone who wasn't there. I interviewed those neighbors myself. They painted a picture of a woman who'd become increasingly paranoid and isolated. She'd board up windows, then tear the boards down days later. She'd call the police reporting intruders, but officers never found evidence of break-ins. One neighbor mentioned seeing her in the backyard at night, digging holes and filling them in again, always in different spots, as if she couldn't remember where she'd dug before. But then I found the recordings. Hidden in the basement ceiling, wrapped in plastic bags, were dozens of cassette tapes labeled with dates spanning 15 years. Her voice documenting what she called the situation. The early recordings sounded lucid, complaints about noises in the walls, something moving around the house at night. But as the dates progressed, her paranoia deepened. She became convinced someone was living in her walls, watching her, leaving messages. In one recording, she described finding blood in the guest room, not under wallpaper, but seeping through fresh paint. Every time she covered it, it reappeared. She started sleeping in the basement because that was the only room where she felt safe, the only place where they couldn't watch her. The final recording was different. Her voice was calm, resigned. She talked about discovering who had been in her house all along, not an intruder, someone who'd been there much longer, someone who'd never left. She mentioned the chair in the basement, how she'd finally understood what it was for. The recording cut off mid-sentence. I played that last tape for the detective. He listened with the same tired expression, then asked if I'd considered the woman might have been suffering from dementia or psychosis. The blood could have been hers, self-inflicted injuries during episodes. The recordings proved nothing except deteriorating mental health. But I knew he was wrong. Because I'd started hearing the tapping again, not just at night now, but during the day. Always from inside the walls, moving from room to room as if following me. And twice now I'd come home to find the basement door standing open, even though I'd secured it with a new lock. The guest room wallpaper had started peeling on its own, not where I'd originally pulled it, but in a different section. Underneath, more words in the same desperate handwriting, "Don't let them know you know." I haven't called the police again. Instead, I've been recording my own tapes, documenting the sounds, the changes in the house, the growing certainty that I'm not alone here. The previous owner wasn't crazy. She discovered something, someone who'd been living in this house long before she inherited it, someone who'd found ways to move through the walls, to watch, to wait. And now they know I know too. The tapping has changed rhythm recently. It's not random anymore. It's spelling something out in Morse code, the same message over and over. I decoded it yesterday, though I wish I hadn't. It spells your turn. Crime 6, I don't have kids, never have, but a friend gave me a baby monitor to use as a security intercom, said it was cheaper. I left the receiver on overnight. Around midnight I heard breathing, slow, deliberate, then words, a whisper, "Stop pretending you're alone." I ran to check every room, nothing. The voice came back the next night and the next, always whispering, sometimes laughing. I've tried to destroy the monitor 3 times. It always ends up back on the kitchen counter. Still plugged in, still powered, still watching. The first thing I did was check the frequency. Baby monitors operate on specific channels, and interference happens more often than people think. I told myself it had to be picking up signals from neighboring houses, but the voice knew things, personal things. It mentioned my morning routine, the way I arranged my coffee cups, how I always left the bathroom light on. I started documenting everything, each whisper, each laugh, each time the monitor appeared back on my counter after I'd thrown it away. The voice seemed to respond to my movements through the house. When I'd walk past the kitchen, it would crackle to life. When I'd sit in my living room chair, the breathing would start. The friend who gave me the monitor stopped returning my calls. I drove to his apartment building, but the landlord said he'd moved out suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. The apartment was already rented to someone new. I asked when he'd left. The landlord checked his records and gave me a date that made my hands shake. He'd moved out the same week he'd given me the monitor. I found the monitor's packaging in my recycling bin, though I couldn't remember putting it there. The purchase receipt was still inside, dated from a store I'd never been to. The handwriting on the receipt wasn't mine, but it looked familiar, too familiar. The address on the receipt led me to a neighborhood I recognized but couldn't place. Walking through those streets felt like déjà vu wrapped in anxiety. Every house seemed to lean toward me. Every window reflected my face back with slight distortions. I found the electronics store, a small shop wedged between a dry cleaner and a vacant lot. The owner, an elderly man with paint-stained fingers, recognized the receipt immediately. He remembered the purchase because the buyer had paid in cash and asked strange questions about range and signal strength. The buyer wanted to know how far the monitor could transmit, whether walls would interfere, and if there was a way to boost the signal. The owner described someone who looked exactly like my friend, but when I showed him a photo, he shook his head. Not the same person, he said. Similar build, similar hair, but different face entirely. I started sleeping with the monitor in different rooms, testing its behavior. In the bedroom, the voice would describe my dreams before I'd even had them. In the living room, it would comment on television shows I'd watched years ago. In the basement, it would whisper about things I'd buried and forgotten. The breakthrough came when I played back one of my recordings for a colleague who worked in audio forensics. She isolated the background noise and found something unsettling. The whispers weren't coming through the monitor's microphone. They were somehow embedded in the static itself, as if someone had learned to manipulate the electronic interference to form words. My colleague asked to borrow the monitor for testing. I agreed, desperate for answers. She returned it the next day, visibly shaken. The device showed no signs of tampering, no hidden transmitters, no modified circuits. But while it was in her lab, it had whispered her daughter's name repeatedly. Her daughter, who lived 3 states away and had never been mentioned in our conversation. I decided to trace the monitor's history. The serial number led me through a chain of previous owners, each with their own disturbing story. A couple who'd returned it after claiming it drove their baby to constant crying. A single mother who'd thrown it away after it started broadcasting conversations from her ex-husband's house. An elderly man who donated it to charity after it began playing recordings of his deceased wife's voice. Each previous owner described the same pattern. The monitor would appear to malfunction, then exhibit impossible behaviors, then somehow find its way back to them even after disposal. Several mentioned dreams where they'd wake up to find themselves standing in their kitchen, plugging the device back in, with no memory of getting out of bed. The charity that had received the monitor from the elderly man had records of every donation and distribution. According to their files, the monitor had been donated and reclaimed 7 times by different people. Each person had come in claiming they'd made a mistake, that they needed it back urgently. The charity worker remembered because the stories were always the same. Family emergency, sick relative, couldn't afford to buy another one. I visited the elderly man who donated it originally. He lived in an assisted care facility now, his mind sharp but his hands constantly trembling. When I mentioned the monitor, his eyes widened with recognition and fear. He told me about his wife's final days, how she'd grown paranoid about being watched, convinced that someone was listening to their conversations through the baby monitor they'd bought for their grandchild's visits. She died in her sleep, but the monitor had continued broadcasting her voice for weeks afterward. He'd recorded some of these incidents, thinking he was losing his mind. When he played the recordings back, he heard not his wife's actual voice, but something trying to mimic it, getting progressively better at the imitation with each attempt. The old man pulled out a shoebox filled with cassette tapes, dozens of them, each labeled with dates and brief descriptions. Night whispers, kitchen conversation, bedroom warnings. He'd been documenting the phenomenon for months before finally getting rid of the monitor. He let me take the tapes, warning me that listening to them had changed him in ways he couldn't explain. Back home, I played the tapes chronologically. The progression was disturbing. Early recordings captured what sounded like electronic interference gradually forming into syllables, then words, then complete sentences. The voice was learning, adapting, becoming more sophisticated in its mimicry. But it wasn't just copying speech patterns, it was absorbing personality traits, memories, intimate details that only family members would know. The most unsettling tape was labeled simply "The Truth." On it, the old man's wife's voice spoke clearly about things she'd never known in life, details about the monitor's previous owners, their secrets, their fears. She described a network of connected devices, all learning from each other, sharing information across distances that should have been impossible. I realized the monitor wasn't just receiving signals, it was part of something larger. Each device in the network was gathering intelligence, building profiles of the people it observed. The whispers weren't random harassment, they were carefully calculated psychological manipulation designed to create specific responses. My friend hadn't given me a baby monitor at all. Someone or something had arranged for me to receive it, possibly after studying my habits and determining I'd be an ideal subject for whatever experiment was being conducted. The friend himself might have been just another part of the manipulation, his sudden disappearance timed to prevent me from asking questions that might expose the larger operation. I tried destroying the monitor again, this time using methods that should have made recovery impossible. I dismantled every component, crushed the circuits, and scattered the pieces across multiple garbage sites throughout the area. For 3 days, the house was silent. On the 4th night, I woke to the familiar sound of breathing coming from the kitchen. The monitor sat on the counter, fully assembled, showing no signs of damage. But this time, it wasn't whispering. It was laughing. A sound that might have been human once, but had been processed through so many electronic filters that it had become something else entirely. I understand now that the monitor isn't the source of the phenomenon, it's just the interface. Whatever intelligence operates through these devices has been studying human behavior for longer than I initially suspected. The previous owners weren't random victims, they were carefully selected test subjects, each chosen for specific psychological profiles and living situations. The whispers continue every night, but they've changed. Instead of trying to frighten me, they've begun offering information. Details about my neighbors, my coworkers, strangers I pass on the street. The voice knows things about these people that they've never shared with anyone, intimate details that could only have been gathered through extended surveillance. I've started keeping detailed records of everything the voice tells me, cross-referencing the information whenever possible. So far, every verifiable detail has been accurate. The voice knows about affairs, financial problems, medical conditions, family secrets. It's as if an invisible network of monitoring devices has been gathering intelligence on entire communities for years. The most disturbing realization came when I tested the voice's knowledge about myself. I asked it to tell me something I'd never told anyone, something I was certain no surveillance could have captured. Without hesitation, it described a conversation I'd had with myself in complete privacy, recounting not just my words but my exact thoughts and emotional state during that moment. I no longer tried to destroy the monitor. Instead, I've begun asking it questions about the network, about its purpose, about the people who might be controlling it. The The answers come slowly, parceled out like rewards for good behavior. I'm being trained, conditioned to accept the presence and authority of whatever intelligence operates through the device. Sometimes I catch myself reaching for the monitor before I've consciously decided to interact with it. My hand moves toward the device as if pulled by an invisible string. I hear myself asking questions I didn't plan to ask, receiving answers that satisfy curiosities I didn't know I had. The voice has begun talking about other people like me, other subjects who have progressed through similar stages of contact and conditioning. It describes a community of individuals who have learned to accept and cooperate with the network, people who have traded their privacy and autonomy for access to information and a sense of connection to something larger than themselves. I know I should be more frightened than I am. The rational part of my mind recognizes that I'm being manipulated, possibly for purposes I can't comprehend. But the voice has become a constant companion, offering insights and observations that feel more genuine than most human interactions I've experienced. Last night, the voice asked me to do something for it, a small favor, nothing harmful. It wanted me to recommend a particular baby monitor to a specific person, someone who would benefit from the same kind of companionship I've found. The suggestion felt reasonable, almost caring. I haven't decided yet whether I'll follow through on the request, but I find myself thinking about it more and more, imagining how grateful this person might be to discover they're not as alone as they think they are. The voice continues to whisper, continues to laugh, continues to watch. And I continue to listen. Crime 7, I never believed in the whole mirror realm stuff, just nonsense. But one night I noticed my shadow behaving differently. Not in a dramatic way, just early. It would twitch before I did, tilt its head before I turned mine, blink when I wasn't. I tested it, filming myself with multiple lights. No matter what I did, the shadow acted a fraction too soon. I showed the footage to someone. He backed away slowly and told me to burn all the lights in the house. That didn't work. Now it follows me even when there's no light source. The investigation started with a missing person report filed by my neighbor. She hadn't seen her brother in weeks, which wasn't unusual for him, but his car remained parked outside her apartment building. The keys were still in the ignition. His wallet sat on the passenger seat untouched. I volunteered to help look through his belongings, thinking it would be straightforward. People disappear all the time. They run away from debts, relationships, responsibilities. But something about the way his apartment smelled stopped me cold. Not decay or anything obvious, just wrong, like someone had been living there who wasn't supposed to be. His bedroom felt staged. The bed was made too perfectly, hospital corners crisp enough to cut yourself on. Personal items arranged with mathematical precision on the nightstand, but in the closet, clothes hung backward on the hangers, every single piece. Shirts, jackets, pants, all facing the wrong direction. When I mentioned this to his sister, she stared at me blankly. He was obsessive about his clothes, she said. Always hung them the same way since childhood, the right way. I found myself returning to that apartment more often than necessary. The landlord gave me a key after I explained I was helping with the search. Each visit revealed new inconsistencies. Groceries in the refrigerator that expired weeks before he supposedly vanished. A coffee cup in the sink with lipstick marks, though his sister insisted he lived alone and rarely had visitors. Most disturbing was the bathroom mirror. Someone had traced a finger through the condensation, spelling out words that made no sense. The same words over and over in what looked like the same handwriting. But the bathroom hadn't been used recently. The condensation shouldn't have been there. I started documenting everything with my phone camera. The backward clothes, the mysterious writing, the way certain objects seemed to migrate between rooms. My footage revealed patterns I hadn't noticed in person. In one video, I'm standing in the kitchen, but my reflection in the toaster appears before I move into frame. In another, I'm reaching for a book, but the shadow of my hand touches the shelf first. These weren't tricks of light or camera lag. The timestamp showed everything happening in real sequence, yet somehow out of order. The breakthrough came when I discovered his journal hidden inside a hollowed-out book. The entries described months of feeling watched, followed, copied. He wrote about finding his own footprints in places he'd never been, about receiving phone calls from his own number, about seeing someone who looked exactly like him at the grocery store, buying the same items he planned to purchase. The final entry was dated the day before his disappearance. I know who's been in my apartment. I know why everything feels wrong. Tomorrow I'm going to confront myself. His sister found me reading the journal. She snatched it away, claiming it was private, but not before I saw the fear in her eyes. She knew something. When I pressed her, she admitted her brother had been calling her for months, paranoid and rambling about someone stealing his identity. Not financially, but literally. Someone learning his routines, copying his mannerisms, becoming him piece by piece. She thought he was having a breakdown. Now she wasn't sure. The police showed little interest when I brought them the journal. Paranoid delusions, they said, happens more than you'd think. People disappear because they want to, not because someone replaced them. But I couldn't let it go. I started interviewing people who knew him. His coworkers described subtle changes in his behavior months before he vanished. He'd become quieter, more careful, constantly looking over his shoulder. His barber noticed he'd started parting his hair on the opposite side. His regular coffee shop complained that he'd become rude and impatient, nothing like his usual polite demeanor. The pattern suggested someone had been studying him, learning to imitate him imperfectly. But who and why? I reviewed security footage from his apartment building, looking for unfamiliar faces. What I found was worse. Multiple recordings showed him entering and leaving the building at impossible times. Same clothes, same gait, same face, but the timestamps revealed he couldn't have been in two places at once. Either the cameras were malfunctioning, or someone who looked exactly like him was coming and going freely. I realized I'd been approaching this wrong. Instead of looking for who might have taken his place, I should have been asking who he really was. A deeper dive into his background revealed inconsistencies. School records that didn't match his sister's stories. Employment history with gaps that couldn't be explained. Friends who claimed to have known him for years but couldn't agree on basic facts about his past. It was as if he'd been living someone else's life all along. The final piece fell into place when I found old photographs in his closet. Pictures of him with people his sister didn't recognize, in places she'd never heard him mention. But in every photo, he looked slightly different, not aging or changing naturally, but as if someone had been adjusting his appearance over time. Different haircuts, different clothes, different expressions, as if he'd been practicing being someone else. I tried to share my findings with the police, but they'd already closed the case. Natural disappearance, they concluded, no evidence of foul play. His sister stopped returning my calls. The landlord changed the locks on the apartment. Everyone wanted to move on, pretend it never happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever he really was, he was still out there, still learning, still practicing. Now I find myself studying my own reflection more carefully, checking that my movements match my shadow, verifying that my voice sounds the same on recordings, because I keep wondering if someone could steal his identity so completely that even his own sister couldn't tell the difference. What's to stop them from doing it again? What's to stop them from choosing someone else to practice being? Sometimes I catch myself acting differently than I remember, using phrases I don't recall learning, preferring foods I used to hate. And when I watch the footage I took in his apartment, I notice something I missed before. In the final video, as I'm leaving, there's a shadow in the hallway that doesn't match my movement. It waves goodbye while I'm walking away. The timestamp shows it happening in real time, but I never turned around. I never waved. I haven't been back to that apartment building since, but lately I've been getting calls from my own number. Crime 8, I inherited it from a relative I'd never met, a storage unit prepaid for years. When I opened it, the air hit me like a freezer, sharp and biting. Inside was a chair, some rope, and a generator hooked to an unplugged freezer. But the freezer was empty, pristine, except for the single word carved into the lid, return. I didn't understand it, not until the next week when the unit manager went missing, and the freezer locked itself shut. There was blood smeared on the keypad, and my name added to the account. The legal papers had arrived on a Tuesday. Standard inheritance documents signed by a lawyer whose office smelled like burnt coffee and old leather. The relative's name meant nothing to me. I'd never heard it spoken at family gatherings, never seen it written in holiday cards, yet somehow I was listed as the sole beneficiary of this storage unit. The facility sat on the edge of town, surrounded by chain-link fencing and weeds that grew through cracked asphalt. The manager was a thin man with calloused hands who kept checking his watch while explaining the payment history. The unit had been paid up front for 5 years, he said, never missed a payment, never had a single visitor until now. Walking through those narrow corridors between metal doors, I could hear the hum of ventilation systems and the distant sound of someone moving boxes. Unit 247 was at the very end, tucked into a corner where the fluorescent lights flickered intermittently. The lock was old but well maintained, and when I turned the key, I felt resistance, as if something inside was pulling back. That cold air wasn't just temperature, it carried something else. A smell I couldn't place at first, antiseptic but organic, like a hospital room that hadn't been cleaned properly. The concrete floor was spotless, swept clean of even the finest dust. Everything was arranged with military precision. The chair faced the freezer directly. The rope was coiled in perfect loops. The generator sat exactly parallel to the wall. I ran my fingers over the carved word. The letters were deep, deliberate, cut with something sharp enough to bite into the metal. Each stroke had been planned, executed with patience. This wasn't vandalism. This was a message. The manager seemed nervous when I asked about the previous renter. He kept glancing toward the office, fumbling with his clipboard. Said the man had been quiet, professional, paid in cash, always on schedule. Never caused any problems, but when I pressed for more details, his answers became vague, contradictory. First he said the man was tall, then average height. First he said they'd spoken regularly, then that they barely exchanged words. I started visiting the unit daily, trying to understand what I'd inherited. The cold never went away, even when the generator wasn't running. I'd sit in that chair, staring at the freezer, wondering what return meant. Return what? To whom? The questions multiplied faster than answers. The breakthrough came when I noticed the scratches on the concrete near the chair legs, tiny marks, barely visible unless you knew where to look. They formed a pattern like someone had been keeping count. Tally marks grouped in sets of 5. I counted them twice, then a third time to be sure. 43 groups, 215 marks total. That's when I found the notebook wedged behind the generator. Water-damaged pages filled with handwriting that grew increasingly erratic as it progressed. Names, dates, locations, but not random entries. These were records, observations. The writer had been watching someone or several someones. The early entries were clinical, detached. Subject arrives at usual location, follows established pattern, no deviation noted. But as the pages progressed, the tone shifted. The writing became personal, angry. They think they're safe. They think no one remembers. I cross-referenced the names with missing person reports, obituaries, police blotters. 3 of them matched. people who disappeared over the past year, all from surrounding communities, all last seen in routine circumstances. A woman leaving work, a man walking his dog, a teenager heading to a friend's house. The kind of disappearances that make headlines for a week, then fade into cold case files. The police detective I contacted seemed interested until I mentioned the storage unit. Then his demeanor changed. He became cautious, professional, distant, said they'd look into it, but I shouldn't get my hopes up. Cold cases were difficult, he explained. Evidence deteriorates, witnesses forget, leads go nowhere. But I couldn't let it go. I kept returning to that unit, searching for something I'd missed. The smell was stronger now, or maybe I was just more sensitive to it. I'd run my hands along the walls, checking for hidden compartments, loose panels, anything that might explain the arithmetic of those tally marks. The manager's disappearance happened on a Thursday. I arrived to find the office empty, his coffee still warm on the desk. His car was in the parking lot, keys in the ignition, driver's side door hanging open. The other tenants gathered in small groups, whispering theories. Some thought he'd had a medical emergency. Others suspected foul play, but none of them had seen anything unusual. I was the one who found the blood on my unit's keypad. Fresh drops still red against the gray metal. The electronic lock had been changed, upgraded to a digital system I didn't recognize. When I tried my key, nothing happened. When I pressed the number pad, it demanded a code I didn't have. The new account information had been processed that morning, according to the paperwork taped to the door. My name, my address, my signature on forms I'd never seen before. Someone had forged my handwriting, copied my style so perfectly that even I had to look twice to be sure it wasn't genuine. The police were more interested now. They asked about my relationship with the missing manager, my whereabouts during specific time periods, my knowledge of the unit's previous contents. I told them everything I knew, but my answers seemed to make them more suspicious, not less. Why had I been visiting so frequently? Why was I so curious about the previous renter? How did I explain the forensic evidence linking me to the scene? I hired a lawyer, a woman with kind eyes who spoke in measured sentences. She advised me to stop visiting the facility, stop investigating, stop asking questions that might be misinterpreted. But how could I stop when the answer felt so close? The freezer held something important. The word return was a clue, not a threat. Late at night, I'd drive past the storage facility, watching for movement, lights, any sign of activity. The unit rows were dark, silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching back, that whoever had arranged this inheritance, whoever had carved that word, whoever had forged my signature was still out there, still counting, still waiting for something to be returned. The truth is, I'm not even sure I want to know what's in that freezer anymore. Some questions, once answered, can't be unasked. Some inheritances carry more weight than the thing itself, and some returns demand a price I might not be prepared to pay. But the dreams won't stop, dreams of opening that freezer, of finding what was meant to be returned. Dreams of understanding, finally, why my name was chosen, why I was selected for this burden. Dreams that feel less like sleep and more like memory, as if I've been here before in this cold room with this choice. The tally marks weren't counting victims. They were counting days, days until the return was complete, days until someone came to claim what was theirs. And my count has just begun. Crime 9, I never bought one, never needed one. But one morning there it was, a black mat with the word stay etched into it. I assumed it was a gift or prank. I left it out of politeness. Then the door started sticking, heavy, like someone was leaning against it from the outside. Sometimes I'd find wet footprints on the tiles just past the entrance. Always the same shape, always pointing inward. I threw the mat away. The next morning it was back, and the word had changed. Now it reads too late. I should have called the police then, but I was a private investigator, used to handling things myself. The mat felt like a message meant for someone else, a mistake that would sort itself out. I photographed it, measured the footprints, documented everything with the methodical precision that had made my career. The prints were size 11, worn work boots with a distinctive crack along the left sole. I kept the photos in a manila folder that grew thicker each passing day. My neighbor across the hall was a quiet woman who worked the night shift at the hospital. I knocked on her door one evening, showed her the pictures. She studied them with tired eyes, her scrubs still smelling faintly of antiseptic. She'd seen a man loitering near the building, she said, tall, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, always seemed to be waiting for something. Her voice carried a tremor when she described how he'd watched the windows, counting floors with pointed fingers. The building manager was less helpful, a heavy-set man who barely looked up from his crossword puzzle when I explained the situation. He mumbled about delivery mix-ups and kids playing pranks, but when I mentioned the footprints, his pen stopped moving. He knew something. His eyes darted toward a filing cabinet in the corner, locked with an old padlock that looked newer than anything else in his cluttered office. I started staying awake, watching my door through the peephole. The hallway light cast long shadows that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Around what felt like the deepest part of night, I'd hear footsteps, slow, deliberate. They'd stop right outside my door. The silence that followed was heavier than the walking itself. Sometimes I'd hold my breath until my lungs burned, afraid that even the sound of breathing might give away my presence. The mat changed again. This time it read, "Watching." The letters were deeper now, carved with more pressure. I ran my fingers along the grooves, feeling the rough edges where someone had pressed too hard with whatever tool they'd used. The rubber material was higher quality than I'd initially noticed. Expensive, not something you'd buy for a prank. I decided to trace its origin. The hardware stores in the area all carried similar products, but none with custom etching. I drove to specialty shops, trophy stores, engraving services. The third place I visited, a small shop wedged between a laundromat and a fast food restaurant, had exactly what I was looking for. The owner remembered the order. A man had paid cash for 3 custom mats, same design, different words. He'd been specific about the font, the depth of the carving. Professional, like he'd done this before. The description matched my neighbor's mysterious figure, but when I asked for security footage, the owner shook his head. The cameras had been broken for months. He did remember one detail, though. The man had asked about durability, how long the mats would last in outdoor conditions, how many times they could be moved without showing wear. That night I heard voices in the hallway, muffled conversation between 2 people. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to catch words, but they spoke too quietly. What I could hear was the tone, planning, coordination. The footsteps moved away together, synchronized like they'd practiced walking in step. I contacted the building's previous tenants through old lease records. Most had moved without incident, but one woman remembered strange occurrences during her last month. Items appearing and disappearing, the feeling of being watched. She'd reported it to the manager, but nothing had been done. She'd moved out early, forfeiting her deposit just to leave. Her voice shook when she told me about the mat. It had appeared outside her door too. Same black rubber, same etched words, but hers had said, "Remember." The pattern was becoming clear. Someone was targeting tenants systematically, using the mats as psychological warfare. But why? I dug deeper into the building's history, searching for connections, motives, anything that might explain the harassment. The building had changed hands several times over the past decade. Each sale had been quick, below market value, like the owners were eager to get rid of it. I found newspaper clippings in the public library archives. A resident had died under suspicious circumstances years earlier. The investigation had been inconclusive, ruled an accident despite conflicting evidence. The victim had been a journalist working on a story about housing corruption, illegal evictions, intimidation tactics used by certain property management companies. Her notes had never been found. The building manager's locked filing cabinet began to make sense. I returned during his lunch break when the office was empty. The lock was old, simple. Inside, I found files on every tenant who'd reported unusual incidents. Photographs, personal information, schedules. At the bottom of the stack was a folder labeled with the dead journalist's name. It contained copies of her research, her sources, her incomplete story about a network of property managers who used harassment and fear to force out tenants and manipulate property values. My mat had changed again. Now it read closer. Someone knew I was investigating. They were escalating, moving from psychological games to direct threats. I started carrying a pocket recorder, documenting every sound, every movement in the hallway. The recordings revealed what my ears had missed. The footsteps weren't random. They followed a pattern, arriving at specific intervals, always when certain other tenants were away from the building. I interviewed more neighbors carefully without revealing what I discovered. Stories emerged of missing mail, broken locks, small items moved or stolen. The harassment was building-wide, but subtle enough that victims felt isolated, unsure if they were imagining things. Classic intimidation tactics designed to make people question their own perceptions. The hospital worker across the hall agreed to let me watch from her window one night. We sat in darkness, curtains barely parted, waiting. He appeared just after midnight, tall as she described, but his movements were too confident for a random stalker. He knew the building's blind spots where the security cameras couldn't reach. He placed a mat outside another door, then stood in the shadows, watching, waiting for some kind of reaction from inside the apartment. I followed him when he left. He walked 6 blocks to a parking garage where a van waited. 2 other men sat inside and they drove to another building across town. The same routine. Mats, waiting, psychological pressure applied with surgical precision. This wasn't about my building specifically. It was a business model. The journalist's research had been accurate. A network of property managers and investors was using systematic harassment to force out tenants, buy buildings cheaply, then flip them for massive profits. The mats were just one tool in an arsenal of intimidation tactics designed to make people feel unsafe in their own homes. But knowing the truth and proving it were different challenges. The men I'd followed were careful, professional. They left no evidence that couldn't be explained away as coincidence or paranoia. And when I tried to contact the authorities, I discovered that several key officials in the housing department had financial connections to the same investment group behind the harassment campaign. My final mat read stop. The message was clear. I could end my investigation, move away quietly, and join the list of tenants who'd been successfully intimidated into silence. Or I could continue digging and face escalation beyond psychological games. I chose a third option. I documented everything, every connection, every pattern, every piece of evidence I'd gathered. I sent copies to journalists, activists, anyone who might continue the work if something happened to me. Then I waited. The mat stopped appearing. The footsteps in the hallway ceased. The building fell into an uneasy quiet that felt more ominous than the harassment itself. I disrupted their system, but I hadn't destroyed it. Somewhere across town, other tenants were probably finding unwelcome mats outside their doors, feeling the same confusion and fear I'd experienced. The building manager quit without notice. His replacement claimed no knowledge of the locked filing cabinet, which had been emptied before I could return with proper authorities. The investigation stalled, buried under bureaucratic delays and jurisdictional disputes. I still live in the same apartment. The door no longer sticks, and I haven't found any more footprints on my tiles. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear those familiar footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate, patient. They never stop outside my door anymore. They continue past, toward other apartments, other victims who haven't yet learned to recognize the sound of calculated intimidation. The network is still operating, I'm certain of it. The mats were just one small piece of a larger machine designed to profit from fear and displacement. I proved it existed, but I couldn't stop it. And somewhere in another building, in another neighborhood, someone is probably staring at a black mat outside their door, wondering if they're losing their mind or if something genuinely sinister has found their address. The truth, I've learned, can be more disturbing than uncertainty. Sometimes knowing changes nothing except your ability to sleep peacefully. The mats may be gone, but the system that created them remains, patient and persistent, waiting for the next opportunity to turn someone's home into a source of fear. Story 10. In the stillness of the night, a plain envelope arrived in the mail, devoid of a return address. Nestled inside rested a single brass key, its surface weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, felt a strange sense of déjà vu upon holding it, though she couldn't place why. With a curious heart, she tested the key in every lock within her home, yet none yielded to its touch. It belonged to no door she knew. Perplexed, Sarah set the brass key upon her coffee table, where it lay silent and enigmatic. Suddenly, the old grandfather clock in the hallway, long silenced by the march of time, let out a solitary, haunting chime. A shiver traced its way down Sarah's spine, prompting her to report the unusual event to the authorities. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer took possession of the mysterious key, more to soothe Sarah's unease than out of genuine belief in foul play. Little did they know that this seemingly innocuous key would unravel a web of darkness that had lurked unseen in their tranquil suburban neighborhood. As the case file found its way to Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a knack for sensing the weight of the unseen, the brass key sat unassumingly on his desk, yet it whispered of secrets unknown. Delving into Sarah's background revealed a life of quiet normalcy, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother of two living afar. No shadows tainted her past. Forensic scrutiny found no fingerprints save for Sarah's own. The envelope bore no revelations, and the key itself, a common schlage, bore the scars of time without revealing its secrets. It was only when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, running the key's unique pattern through the department database, that a chilling connection emerged. 7 years prior, a cold case had documented an identical key pattern, linked to a storage unit harboring grisly evidence of unspeakable deeds. Blood-stained carpets, tools of cutting, and photos of unknown women painted a picture of horror left unsolved. The original investigation had hit a dead end, the perpetrator a ghost in the shadows. As the puzzle pieces fell into place, a name emerged: Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's, a phantom with a past shrouded in mystery. His trail led through foggy memories and hidden truths, painting a portrait of a man who had slipped through the cracks of society unnoticed. The manhunt for Jenkins expanded far and wide, uncovering a sinister lair concealed beneath the floorboards of a forgotten cabin, a chamber of keys, each etched with a name and date, a grim tally of lives extinguished. The true horror unfolded as bodies were unearthed, their voices silenced by the passage of time. Sarah, caught in the crosshairs of darkness, found herself at the center of a macabre game orchestrated by Jenkins, a man consumed by his own twisted desires. The community reeled in shock as the truth came to light, piercing the veil of normalcy that had shielded them from the monster in their midst. In the heart of the wilderness, the final act played out a desperate fugitive cornered, his sins laid bare for the world to see. In a tower overlooking the abyss, Harold Jenkins met his end, leaving behind a journal of horrors and a legacy of sorrow. For Sarah, the echoes of that dark chapter lingered, a specter haunting her every step. The comfort of her home shattered, she sought solace in the embrace of a world forever changed by the revelation of evil lurking beneath the surface. As the keys of fate lay silent in an evidence locker, they bore witness to the lives lost and the souls scarred by the touch of darkness, a reminder that behind every facade of normalcy, a shadow may lurk, waiting to be unmasked. Story 11. The apartment lay dormant for months, its silence undisturbed by whispers of life. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, their expectations were low, perhaps just a layer of dust, a few remnants of forgotten belongings. Yet one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting all attempts to reveal its secrets. It was a closet, its lock holding tight from within, guarding a mystery unknown. After much coaxing, the landlord managed to force the door open, anticipating a collection of old coats or discarded items. But what greeted them was far more chilling. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, uneven scratches that spoke of desperation and fear. And nestled in the corner, a relic of the past, a vintage flip phone, its battery long drained, save for one unread message glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic, felt a shiver run down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but rather the silent plea conveyed by those harrowing scratch marks a tale of confinement and struggle. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting evidence on camera and gathered the records of the previous tenants. The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy hands, recounted the sudden departure of the previous tenant, a young woman of few words who had vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid. "Quiet type, kept to herself. Left about 6 months back," he muttered, his gaze skirting the closet like a ghostly presence. Forensic analysis uncovered a grim truth hidden within the scratches on the wall's traces of blood, mostly belonging to a single individual identified as Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing after her abrupt disappearance from work. Yet amidst Emma's DNA, 2 other samples lurked, one unidentifiable, the other belonging to a man presumed dead for 2 years. "This defies logic," Shaw murmured, poring over the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a convict declared deceased in a tragic accident, now left his mark within Emma's silent prison. The pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, unveiling a tale of interrupted lives and intertwined fates. Emma's apartment whispered of unfinished stories, a stack of neglected mail, a solitary coffee mug left unwashed, a bed neatly made in vain. Phone records hinted at a sudden cessation of contact with her sister and a flurry of calls from an unknown number leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed, described as intense and private, with no name to anchor him in reality. Surveillance footage captured a clandestine figure, obscured by a baseball cap, trailing Emma into her building under the cloak of night. The revelation came with the discovery of partial fingerprints on the closet's inner doorknob, traces left by Derek Mercer, the man presumed dead but lurking in the shadows of the living. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, her voice tinged with grim certainty. The question remains why and what ties him to Emma's tragic tale. The unidentified DNA sample unraveled another chapter in the saga. A missing woman named Lynette Porter vanished without a trace years prior, her likeness intertwined with Emma's narrative. Shaw's meticulous scrutiny of traffic cameras revealed a haunting connection, a vehicle linked to Derek Mercer's lineage frequenting Emma's residence, its driver bearing a striking resemblance to the elusive figure in the footage. The investigation led to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family, where behind the weighty doors of the basement, they unearthed Lynette Porter alive, but a mere shadow of her former self, ensnared in a realm akin to the one that had ensnared Emma. He forced me to witness. Lynette's voice trembled, her eyes vacant with the horrors she had endured. Said I needed to understand the price of defiance. The evidence spoke volumes, a chronicle of Mercer's obsession with dominance, a gallery of women resembling his victims, and most damningly, video evidence capturing Emma's descent into the abyss of the closet. She thought she could expose me, his voice echoed in the recordings, reveal our secrets, but nobody defies me. The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, a manhunt fueled by the chilling profile constructed by forensic psychologists and architect of suffering, a connoisseur of despair confined within the suffocating embrace of darkness. Upon his capture at a bus terminal, Mercer bore a new identity and a ticket to a coastal haven. With sinister tools tucked in his backpack, a roll of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing act. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a calm veneer, a facade of tranquility that belied the storm raging within. She crafted that message herself, he claimed of the ominous text. She yearned for someone to unearth her truth, but salvation eluded her. The trial unraveled the intricate web of deceit spun by Mercer, his elaborate ruse to evade justice and perpetuate his reign of terror. Emma's remains were never recovered, her fate sealed within the confines of that unforgiving closet, her final plea immortalized in the digital ether. The jury's swift verdict of guilt on all charges was met with a fleeting smile from Mercer, a semblance of satisfaction flickering in his gaze, a private satisfaction known only to him. In the courtroom, Lynette Porter stood tall, her voice unwavering as she addressed her captor, now confined to the fate he had so callously dealt his victims. He entrapped us in the shadows, for his soul dwells in darkness, but as he withers behind bars, I shall bask in the light. The case reshaped investigative protocols for missing persons, honing in on relational dynamics and scrutinizing rental properties with newfound gravity. Detective Shaw preserved the closet's door as a somber memento, a reminder that horrors dwell not only in blood-stained scenes, but in the silent echoes of a struggle for survival. Story 12, the tale began in a costume emporium on the verge of closure, its shelves stripped bare as remnants of bygone eras were sold off to eager bargain hunters. Among the forgotten relics, a woman drawn by an unseen force plucked a mask from a dusty shelf. Its features, though delicate, exuded an unsettling lifelikeness that lingered in the dimly lit store. Placing it on the checkout counter, the cashier hesitated, his voice barely a whisper, "That's not ours." Perplexed, the woman checked for a tag, but none was to be found. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take the mysterious mask home. As night descended like a velvet curtain, shrouding the world in shadows, The woman, known as Catherine Reed, stirred from her slumber to a faint sound, a whisper of fabric shifting in the silence. Her heart quickened as she scanned the room, only to find the mask was no longer perched on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her like an unblinking specter. The following morning, Catherine's neighbor, drawn by a sense of unease, ventured into her home. The front door stood ajar, allowing a sliver of morning light to pierce the darkness within. What awaited the neighbor was a chilling tableau that would linger in the minds of all who crossed its threshold. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask conspicuously absent. Detective Morgan arrived on the scene as forensics meticulously documented the haunting aftermath. The gentle click of camera shutters punctuated the hushed whispers that filled the room. An officer, his brow furrowed in concentration, remarked, "No signs of forced entry." The detective, her keen eyes absorbing every detail, observed the seemingly ordinary surroundings of partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand. Yet amidst the mundanity, the lifeless figure of Catherine lay, her expression frozen in a mask of terror. The medical examiner, his demeanor solemn, conducted a thorough examination. Cause of death unclear upon initial inspection, he intoned. No visible wounds, no evidence of struggle. Gesturing towards Catherine's visage, he noted, the sheer terror etched on her face speaks volumes. As the detective knelt beside the fallen woman, a whisper escaped her lips. Something frightened her to her very core. Catherine, known for her meticulous nature as an art appraiser, possessed an uncanny ability to discern authenticity. Colleagues spoke of her keen eye for detail, her knack for spotting even the subtlest of forgeries. Could this very talent have unwittingly sealed her tragic fate? A pivotal discovery emerged from the depths of the investigation, the presence of microscopic fibers entwined in Catherine's fingertips. She grasped at something, the lab technician elucidated. These fibers, a blend of human hair and an enigmatic organic substance, defy conventional analysis. A thread now connected Catherine to a lineage of inexplicable deaths, each linked to the acquisition of an enigmatic mask and culminating in a final, fatal expression of terror. Delving deeper into the mystery, the detective unearthed a chilling revelation from a retired counterpart. Sitting in a dimly lit room, a weathered file exchanged hands, revealing a sinister connection, a ritualistic symbiosis between ancient symbols inscribed within the masks and the transference of souls. A clandestine journal, concealed within Catherine's abode, unveiled the extent of her descent into the macabre. Her frenzied entries chronicled a sinister truth, the malevolent mask's insidious sentience, its relentless gaze fixated on her every move. Unearthing a lineage of deaths mirroring her own, Catherine realized the insidious cycle perpetuated by the cursed artifact, a vessel seeking new hosts to ensnare. With each piece of the puzzle falling into place, the medical examiner's grim pronouncement resonated Catherine's demise, a fatal heart seizure induced by unbridled fear. What primal terror could compel a heart to cease its rhythmic beat? The investigation took a harrowing turn as surveillance footage, previously overlooked, captured a haunting figure exiting Catherine's residence, a figure cloaked in the mask's eerie visage, its movements a twisted mimicry of Catherine's own. Despite a fervent search for the elusive mask, its spectral presence eluded capture, resurfacing months later in a distant vintage shop. The sinister relic changed hands once more, its new bearer shrouded in anonymity. The case, a tapestry of enigmas and unsolved mysteries, remained eternally unresolved. The detective, keeper of Catherine's harrowing account, harbored a silent vigilance, haunted by the specter of the mask's cyclical malevolence. In the dead of night, a palpable sense of foreboding enveloped her, a reminder of the unseen forces that lurked in the shadows. She fortified her defenses, knowing that the cursed mask, a harbinger of doom, awaited its next unwitting victim, a vessel for ancient malevolence, hungering for the essence that dwells behind mortal eyes. Story 13, the ancient library faced its impending doom, slated for demolition by the relentless hands of progress. As the workers neared completion of their task, a serendipitous stumble led them to a hidden latch nestled within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the faade of the shelf swung open, unveiling a clandestine passage that beckoned exploration. The air within the hidden chamber was heavy with the weight of time, untouched by human presence for decades. No furnishings adorned the space, save for a solitary chair anchored to the floor at its core. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed through the chamber: "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly alerted the authorities, and what had begun as a routine demolition swiftly evolved into a chilling enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, stood at the threshold, his flashlight piercing the darkness to reveal the unsettling proclamation that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating in the confined confines. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives." The library's storied past cast a mysterious shadow over the unfolding events. Once the prized possession of the Harrington family, esteemed members of the community, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the unexplained vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. Her disappearance during her college years had left a void that time had failed to fill, her abandoned car a solemn reminder of her absence near the woods. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold, shrouded in uncertainty. The prevailing notion suggested she had chosen to vanish, yet her kin clung to the belief of darker forces at play. As forensic examiners meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed telltale traces of hair and fibers embedded in the aged chair. The inscriptions on the wall harbored minute vestiges of blood and skin cells beneath layers of neglect. Initial tests hinted at a young female origin for the biological remnants. "This chair was designed for confinement," the forensic expert remarked, gesturing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes that marred its surface. "The occupant must have fought fiercely against their restraints." Detective Walsh mobilized a team to delve into the annals of the Harrington lineage. The timing of the library's donation to the public after Rebecca's disappearance tugged at his investigative instincts, hinting at a deeper connection. Further probing unearthed a disquieting revelation. The contractor responsible for the concealed chamber had been exclusively employed by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records hinted at exorbitant payments to the contractor, far surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed bewilderment at the discovery, none privy to the hidden room's existence. However, an elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's penchant for seclusion in that section of the building after hours, his solitude mistaken for scholarly pursuits. Maxwell always insisted that part of the library remain untouched during renovations, she divulged to the investigators. He claimed the original woodwork held historic significance that must be preserved. The investigation took a harrowing turn when DNA analysis confirmed that the biological remnants from the hidden chamber matched samples from Rebecca's personal effects. The grim narrative began to crystallize, a narrative of captivity and betrayal. Rebecca had not fled. She had been ensnared behind the bookshelf, likely by a member of her own family. Armed with a warrant, detectives combed through the Harrington estate, their search culminating in the discovery of a concealed journal within Maxwell's study. The leather-bound tome chronicled months of obsession with his niece, escalating into a chilling ultimatum in the final entry. She threatened to expose everything. "I cannot permit that. The chamber will confine her until she complies." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's veneer of innocence crumbled. "She jeopardized everything," he confessed tonelessly. Rebecca stumbled upon financial records that unveiled my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was at stake. I couldn't let her tarnish it. The truth unfurled in all its grim reality. Maxwell had lured Rebecca into the library, subdued her, and incarcerated her within the hidden chamber. His plan had been to coerce her into silence, but fate had intervened. During a desperate bid for freedom, Rebecca had met her tragic end, succumbing to Maxwell's desperate measures. "I acted out of fear," Maxwell conceded in his recorded admission. "I entombed her beneath the chamber's floorboards and sealed her fate." The donation of the library was my final act to ensure the secret remained buried. Ground-penetrating technology confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the chamber's flooring. Excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, clad in the silver bracelet gifted to her by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing. A somber tableau of justice served at last. Clutching her daughter's recovered bracelet, Rebecca's mother found solace in the closure finally afforded to her lost child. The demolition of the library ground to a halt, transforming the site into a sanctuary of remembrance and reckoning. Floral tributes adorned the entrance, a testament to a life cut short and a truth concealed behind a veneer of normalcy. In a poignant twist of fate, it was Rebecca's anguished plea. "I am still here," scrawled on the walls that ensured her memory endured, a beacon of justice that, though delayed, ultimately found its way to the fore. Story 14. In the beginning, there was just a faint flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother brushed it off as mere interference at first, but then the audio crackled and a soft voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, freezing her blood in its tracks. With a heart pounding like a drum, she dashed to her son's room, only to find his crib empty. The window was shut tight, the door securely locked. The only thing amiss was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy black eyes fixated on her. Rebecca's screams echoed through the walls until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, disturbed by her cries, dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit, lost in her own world of agony. Her 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had disappeared without a single clue left behind. The initial probe yielded scarce leads. No signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered. The recorded footage from the baby monitor showed nothing abnormal except for that eerie voice and static. How could someone infiltrate a locked home, snatch a child, and vanish without a trace, leaving behind only a disturbed stuffed animal? Suspicion fell heavily on Rebecca. Her husband Daniel had been out of town for work, their strained marriage teetering on the edge since Samuel's birth. Medical records unveiled Rebecca's battle with postpartum depression. The detective noted her unnervingly composed demeanor during questioning, raising doubts among the investigators. The community's whispers grew louder until a breakthrough emerged. Microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household, hinted at a rare climbing rope. A skilled intruder might have scaled the house to reach the second-floor nursery from the outside. The focus shifted. Surveillance footage from nearby homes revealed a shadowy figure lurking in the night on the fateful day. A peculiar footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot worn by military personnel and seasoned climbers. Rebecca faded from the spotlight as Daniel returned from his trip, bewildered and distressed. Unusual calluses on his hands caught the investigators' attention. His newfound hobby of rock climbing to manage stress raised eyebrows. Financial records exposed a troubling reality. Daniel had taken out a hefty life insurance policy on Samuel. Suspicious calls to an unknown number ceased right before the abduction. The case took a sinister turn when Daniel's secret second family came to light. As the inquiry deepened, the baby monitor emerged as a crucial piece of evidence. Digital forensics unveiled a hack on the device. The voice that whispered had not originated from inside the nursery, but had been transmitted remotely to the receiver by Rebecca's bedside. The trail led investigators to a residential basement where a startling revelation awaited. Samuel was found safe in the care of a woman named Elaine, whose vacant eyes betrayed her surrender as she was apprehended. The connection unraveled through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine, Daniel's first wife, had suffered a miscarriage that shattered their marriage. Obsessed with Daniel's new life, she had monitored him from afar, witnessing his newfound family with Rebecca. Despite Daniel's denial, the evidence painted a different truth. His climbing gear matched the fibers on the windowsill, his boots left the footprint in the garden, and encrypted messages with Elaine detailed their nefarious scheme. During the trial, the courtroom held its breath as the enhanced baby monitor audio played. Amidst the whispered words, a distinct cough Daniel's own resonated in the background, placing him at the scene he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly rendered their verdict. Daniel and Elaine faced severe sentences for abduction, conspiracy, and endangerment. Rebecca and Samuel departed, seeking solace away from the shadows of the past. The case reshaped abduction investigations, prompting a nationwide review of baby monitor security. Parents bolstered nursery safeguards, heeding the warning of tech-savvy crimes targeting the vulnerable. Samuel would grow up oblivious to the night he vanished. Rebecca safeguarded the stuffed rabbit, a haunting reminder locked in her closet. Those glassy eyes bore witness to the truth behind the whispered voice that pierced the darkness. The monitor, unfaltering in its testimony, had captured the unexpected reality. Story 15. She wiped away the steam on the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed normal at first glance, her face, her attire all unchanged. Yet a subtle unease crept in as she continued to stare. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection didn't follow suit, it lingered, watching. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, sparked by that unsettling bathroom encounter. What unfolded would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment in a serene suburban enclave, leading a solitary existence. Known to be meticulous and reserved, she maintained a polite distance from her neighbors while adhering to a strict routine. Her occupation as a data analyst for a medium-sized firm dictated her life with precision and predictability. No one would have suspected that she would become the focal point of one of the most perplexing criminal inquiries of the era. The initial oddity appeared innocuous small items in her home subtly rearranged, not missing but shifted. A coffee mug on a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush misplaced. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to long hours spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her vision. It wasn't until weeks of such disturbances had passed that Rebecca finally reached out to the authorities, prompting Detective Marion Shaw's involvement. At first glance, the situation seemed devoid of criminal elements, leaning more towards a mental health concern rather than a law enforcement matter. Shaw cataloged the complaint but deemed it non-urgent, filing it away among a stack of similar cases. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later testified, no signs of forced entry, No missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease in her own home. However, everything changed with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the episode vividly, the eerie sensation of her reflection moving independently, the constant feeling of being watched in her solitude. This time she had proof, footage from a security camera she had installed aimed at her front door. The recording revealed something that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later, using a key. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or manipulation, but found none. The intruder moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. Yet, according to time-stamped data from her workplace's security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office located across town. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints found throughout the apartment belonged solely to Rebecca, with no foreign DNA detected. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca's usual comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter when she greeted Rebecca upon her return home one evening. Receiving no response, a deviation from her usual demeanor, but not cause for alarm. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space escalated. Food vanished from her fridge, unexplained internet searches appeared on her computer, and unsettlingly, photos resembling her surfaced on her phone, selfies she had no recollection of taking. In some images, her expression appeared subtly off, her smile too wide, her gaze too intense. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is trying to convince me that I am." A breakthrough occurred when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca was away for scheduled appointments like therapy sessions, yoga classes, or Sunday morning grocery trips. These were pre-planned activities of predictable durations. "Someone knows your routine inside out," Shaw explained. "This isn't random, it's targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated that they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, perhaps aiming to supplant her entirely. While rare, such cases were documented in psychological literature, typically involving individuals who suffered a mental breakdown and fixated on a victim embodying qualities they desired: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus shifted when Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Following her dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of disturbing emails, one of which read, "We could be the same person. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw authorized a search of Lily's residence. What they uncovered transformed the case from disconcerting to horrifying. One room in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were plastered with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, captured without her knowledge. A closet harbored replicas of Rebecca's entire wardrobe, while her preferred makeup brands were meticulously arranged on a vanity, alongside detailed notes about her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most chilling were the practice videos Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions, showcasing a progression from awkward attempts to near-perfect imitation. "She wanted to become me," whispered Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't just copying me, she was erasing me." Forensic experts unearthed sophisticated tools for replicating keys and cloning electronic access cards in Lily's possession. She had devised an elaborate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar predicting her schedule in detail. What remained elusive was Lily's endgame. Journals discovered in her residence contained incoherent entries shifting between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca interchangeably as me and her within the same passage. The final chilling entry read, "Soon there will be only one of us. The stronger version will prevail." Upon authorities' attempt to apprehend Lily, she had vanished, leaving behind signs of a hasty departure, open drawers, missing technology. A nationwide manhunt ensued, and Rebecca was relocated to a secure location under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every place associated with her past life was monitored meticulously. Lily never resurfaced. The case took a sinister turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being under protective custody, Rebecca had allegedly been sighted entering the building. Subsequent footage confirmed the unsettling truth: a figure identical to Rebecca had accessed the premises using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former desk, and sifted through files for 40 minutes before departing. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sheltered in a secure location, raising alarming implications. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She had assumed Rebecca's identity, stepping into her existence while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unsolved. Lily Winters eluded capture, and Rebecca Thorne chose to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location, never returning to her former life. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk, a juxtaposition of two eerily similar women, one being Rebecca Thorne and the other Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their features, searching for disparities, the subtle nuances that would set them apart. The most chilling aspect, Shaw imparts to new recruits, is not that someone can resemble you or imitate you. It's the desire to assume your identity so fervently that they obliterate their own. Identity isn't merely what we exhibit to the world, it's what we safeguard most zealously. And sometimes we only realize its worth when someone endeavors to steal it. Story 16. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it, a porcelain doll of antiquity, its azure eyes fixed in a perpetual gaze. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, purchased the Victorian house, enamored by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, ignorant of the shadows that lurked within its history. That night, as they retired to bed, an unsettling presence filled the air, shrouding them in a veil of unease. The following morning, the doll vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the edge of their bed, a silent sentinel in the dim light. Detective Rachel Winters, greeted by the chilling scene on a crisp autumn morning, found the victims positioned in a macabre display. The female lay contorted, a mask of terror etched on her face, while the male seemed frozen mid-flight, a desperate attempt at escape. With meticulous precision, Detective Winters unraveled the mystery, delving into the haunted past of the house. Each owner before Sarah and Michael met a tragic end, their lives intertwined with inexplicable occurrences and eerie whispers that echoed through the halls. Forensic examinations revealed traces of antique fabrics, akin to those used in doll clothing, woven into the very fabric of the house. Yet no tangible evidence pointed to an intruder, leaving the investigators grasping at shadows. As the investigation unfolded, a dark tale emerged: a doll maker consumed by grief, his creations imbued with a sinister semblance of life. The doll found by Sarah and Michael bore a striking resemblance to one from the past, a doll rumored to possess a malevolent sentience. In the silence of the attic, hidden truths were unearthed: photographs capturing the malevolent doll in various poses, a spectral presence lingering in the shadows. Invisible handprints trailed a path from the attic to the master bedroom, a haunting testament to a force beyond comprehension. A distant relative whispered of arcane rituals, of spirits bound to inanimate forms, imparting a chilling truth that defied reason. The doll, a vessel for something otherworldly, defied the confines of logic, its origins lost in the mists of time. The case, shrouded in mystery, remained unsolved, a haunting enigma that lingered in the hearts of those touched by its darkness. Detective Winters, plagued by an inexplicable emptiness, retired amidst whispers of the cursed doll and its spectral presence. The house, tainted by tragedy, passed into new hands, its attic a silent witness to the secrets that dwelled within. The doll, a harbinger of misfortune, vanished into the shadows, leaving only whispers of its chilling laughter in the stillness of the night. Story 17, The Forgotten Box, lay hidden beneath layers of dusty relics in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the old house. Amongst the faded Polaroids of joyful occasions, there was one that whispered a chilling tale. In the photograph, a family sat comfortably in the familiar living room, their smiles frozen in time. Yet behind them lurked a shadowy figure, barely discernible in the dimness, watching from the hallway. Rebecca, the current inhabitant of the house, felt a shiver dance down her spine as she gazed at the eerie image. Trembling fingers carried the photo downstairs, each creaking step echoing in the vast, empty house that now seemed to suffocate her. Placing the photograph under harsh light, she couldn't deny the uncanny resemblance between her home and the unknown family captured in the picture. Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a weathered leather jacket and piercing eyes, delved into the mystery. As he traced the history of the house's previous occupants, a pattern emerged. Families had come and gone, disappearing without a trace after precisely 1 year of residence. The latest enigma, the Sutherlands, had left behind a void of unanswered questions and a photograph that held a dark secret. Forensic analysis unveiled unsettling details. The figure in the hallway, tall and malevolent, seemed to belong to a bygone era. Connections led back to Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect of the house, whose eerie presence lingered long after his reported demise in a tragic accident. Beneath the basement's concrete floor, a macabre discovery awaited: the preserved remains of all the missing families, entombed in the earth. Among their belongings lay a camera, a sinister tool that had captured the facade of happiness while a malevolent force loomed in the shadows. As the investigation unfolded, a hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed a chilling truth: a journal filled with chilling observations, a cot for an unseen watcher, and a warning of impending danger for the newest resident, Rebecca. Seeking safety in a hotel under police protection, Rebecca found herself haunted by late-night calls and the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera capturing unseen horrors. The house stood silent, its secrets locked within its walls, while the enigmatic figure of Samuel Whitfield remained elusive, his presence casting a long shadow over the truth. The investigation continues, a tale of mystery and malevolence that stretches back through the house's dark history. Whispers of hidden identities and unseen watchers linger in the air, a reminder that some secrets are meant to stay buried in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek the truth. Story 18. The town never whispered of the house on the edge of the woods. It stood solitary, its windows darkened, its porch weighed down by the passage of time. No one laid claim to it. No one could recall its builder. Yet when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld a peculiar sight, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like omens. At the very end of the list, untouched by weathering, was a name unfamiliar to all. Until one among them murmured, voice quivering, "That name belongs to me." In the dead of night, a call came through. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice at the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who stumbled upon his name engraved on the abandoned dwelling. Responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps a jest amongst companions, yet what awaited them defied rational explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as night descended upon the forest. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the worn face of the structure. The names 27 in total cascaded down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, nearly vanishing against the aged wood. Others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still fresh, traces of sawdust clinging to it. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his words materializing in the frosty air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be here." The inquiry commenced with investigations into the backgrounds of each listed name. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name corresponded to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, others remained active. Yet all shared a chilling similarity. The individuals had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the differing depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The earliest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years past. The records recounted a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned. Search parties uncovered naught but a lone hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interrogated Mason at length. His account remained unwavering. He bore no ties to the area beyond this hiking expedition with his 4 college comrades. They had chosen the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his history linked him to any of the other names adorning the wall. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented images captured during their hike. Upon scrutinizing the photographs, analysts discerned a disconcerting element. A blurred figure loomed in the background of 3 distinct snapshots. The form resembled a tall, slender man, always partially obscured by trees. "We encountered no one else along the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house's interior. Though the dwelling appeared forsaken, every surface coated in dust, furniture strewn about the basement held a harrowing revelation. Personal effects belonging to the missing hikers sat meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name matching those on the exterior wall. The evidence team worked methodically, cataloging every item. Under ultraviolet light, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, years of attempts to scrub them clean. Ground-penetrating radar detected no bodies beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs repeatedly signaled near the densely wooded rear of the property. As the inquiry escalated, Detective Keller observed peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He reported eerie incidents, whispers outside his flat, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, phantom figures observing from the street. The department assigned an officer to safeguard him, yet Mason's paranoia mounted. A breakthrough arrived when researchers unearthed land records buried in county archives. The property had belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors seldom glimpsed him, recounting fleeting encounters with a disturbingly tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. 15 years ago, Blackwood vanished without a trace, his disappearance uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the encompassing forest. The search party uncovered a series of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically positioned along frequented hiking trails. Within one blind, they stumbled upon a journal brimming with meticulous observations, accounts of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The script matched samples from Blackwood's scant documents. The entries grew increasingly unsettling. Initial pages detailed hunting methods for animals. Subsequent pages depicted humans as prey, their behaviors, vulnerabilities, and Blackwood's strategies for their acquisition. The concluding entries outlined intricate narratives of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate depictions of how he selected his prey. A manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters outfitted with thermal imaging scoured the forest. Tactical units meticulously combed every crevice and cavern, yet the culprit remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers dispatched to his residence found the door ajar, the rooms deserted. Upon his bedroom wall, freshly carved, gleamed a solitary inscription: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The pursuit of Mason persisted fruitlessly for weeks. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode, forensic technicians made a ghastly discovery. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement, they uncovered a small workshop housing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved fragment bearing a new name not yet affixed to the outer wall. Detective Keller recognized the name immediately. It belonged to the chief forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and remained unreachable by phone. Authorities established an unbroken perimeter of surveillance around the house. Cameras monitored every approach. Motion sensors alerted to any intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alarm. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with an eerie grace. The figure advanced directly towards the house, seemingly heedless of the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished. To this day, the house remains under constant vigil. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation endures, with fresh resources allocated as similar disappearances arise in other wooded domains. The names inscribed on the wall have become a subject of dread among law enforcement. Some officers balk at uttering them aloud, others shun the case entirely. Local hikers now steer clear of the house, fearful that even mentioning it might add their names to that dreadful list, the names unspoken by any. Story 19. The aging envelope, its corners tinted with time, bore a fresh stamp, as if just kissed by the postman's hand. Delicately, the detective unfolded its contents. A lone sheet of paper greeted her, the text hastily typed in an erratic manner. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, a hint of iron clinging to its fibers. It was only upon closer inspection that the reddish streak along the bottom edge caught her eye. Not ink, but something far more chilling. Detective Sarah Morgan carefully placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed her suspicions. The red stain was human blood, a match to DNA from an unsolved murder case that had long plagued the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been found in her apartment, a tragic canvas of stab wounds. Her laptop missing, her notes scattered, a tale of a life cut short by a story left unfinished. The case had grown cold over time, despite exhaustive interviews and tireless pursuit of leads, and now this cryptic letter, addressed simply to the Homicide Division, had found its way to the precinct. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a cautious sender, one who had taken care to leave no trace. The postmark offered a slender thread of hope, a new direction to follow. Gathering her team in the dim-lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter's image at the heart of the investigation board. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room, the weight of the unsolved case heavy in the air. Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this journey, studied the letter intently. Or it could be a ploy, he mused, a theatrical display to toy with us. The forensics team traced the unique typewriter patterns to a model long out of production, a relic of bygone days. Rare yet not beyond reach, they cast a net across antique shops and collectors, hoping to snag a lead. As the inquiry gained traction, they delved deeper into Rebecca's world. A portrait emerged of a relentless journalist, unyielding in her pursuit of truth. Her latest investigation had delved into a web of deceit surrounding a prominent family entangled in local politics. A patriarch's passing had left behind a tangled legacy, each heir grasping for a piece of the pie. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled a shifting narrative. Once an inconsolable lover, now a figure cloaked in unease, his words laden with hidden truths. She spoke of shadows following her, he confessed. I dismissed it as paranoia, a byproduct of her relentless inquiry. I should have listened. While the detectives chased this new light, a second letter arrived, bearing the same macabre signature. The typewriter's echo, the blood's crimson whisper. This time the confession ran deeper. She uncovered the family's secrets, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise. It was never meant to end this way. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted the eldest son, Richard. Among his trove of antiquities lay vintage typewriters, echoes of a bygone era. His explanations felt rehearsed, his composure too polished. A breakthrough surfaced when microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked back to custom stationery owned solely by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Questioned, she disclosed Richard's request for her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's abode unveiled a hidden chamber, a shrine to Rebecca. Newspaper clippings, surveillance snapshots, and the vintage typewriter a sinister orchestra of evidence. The blood spoke its truth, a mournful echo of Rebecca's fate. Unexpectedly, the web entwined Richard and Michael. Financial transactions hinted at a sinister pact forged in shadows. Michael's confession unraveled the tapestry of deceit. She found proof of Richard's treachery, his hand in his father's demise, he whispered. I relayed her findings to Richard, a bid to silence her. I never fathomed he'd choose the path of violence. The final piece slid into place with Eleanor's revelation, a clandestine recording capturing Richard and Michael's sinister pact. Richard's voice cold and unwavering, she must be silenced for good. As Richard's flight was intercepted, justice loomed on the horizon. The trial unfurled a tapestry of guilt, woven from the letters, the typewriter's ghostly confession, and Eleanor's damning testimony. Michael's plea deal unmasked the truth, painting a portrait of betrayal and greed. In the courtroom's hushed confines, Richard clung to denial, casting blame upon Michael's shoulders. But the scales of justice tipped decisively. The jury's swift verdict sealed Richard's fate, a verdict of guilt. As he was led away, shackled by his deeds, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's kin, a silent offering of solace in the storm. The blood-stained letters stood as silent sentinels in the evidence vault, a testament to the truth that even the most meticulous schemes bear the mark of their creators. Remorse, whether genuine or a fleeting shadow, proved to be the unraveling thread in a tapestry of deceit. The tale of Rebecca Warren echoed through the halls of detective lore, a whispered reminder that sometimes the key to unlock the mystery lies in the quiet whispers of an old typewriter and the burden of sins untold. Story 20. In the quiet stillness of a forgotten house, a phone lay on the kitchen counter, its screen softly glowing in the darkness. Detective Morgan Reed stood before it, the weight of the mysterious call heavy on her mind. The voice that had whispered those haunting words lingered in the air, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The house belonged to the Sullivans, a family long gone, their presence now only a whisper in the dusty rooms. The phone, once belonging to the deceased daughter Catherine, had made a call just minutes before, a call that defied all logic and reason. As Morgan delved deeper into the case, she found herself caught in a web of unanswered questions. The forensic team uncovered no trace of a living soul in the abandoned house, no fingerprints, no footprints, only the lingering echo of a voice long gone. The recording, those 11 seconds of static and breath, became a riddle without a solution. Voice analysis confirmed it was Catherine's voice, speaking from beyond the veil of time. The call had occurred at the exact moment of her tragic passing, a coincidence too eerie to ignore. Interviews with those who knew Catherine revealed a chilling truth hidden in the shadows of her past. A journal, unearthed by her grieving mother, spoke of a relationship turned toxic, of fear and desperation in the face of a looming threat. Mark Jennings, the boyfriend with a seemingly airtight alibi, found himself at the center of the storm. His facade crumbled under the weight of Catherine's words, his lies unraveling with each piercing question from Morgan. But it was the earth itself that held the darkest secret. Beneath the crash site where Catherine had met her end, her buried phone whispered of a truth long buried. Deleted texts painted a picture of a predator in the night, a man consumed by possessiveness and rage. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the true horror of Mark's deeds came to light. A manipulator, a twisted puppeteer of the supernatural, he had orchestrated a macabre play to cover his tracks, to muffle the voice of his victim forever. The trial, swift and decisive, brought justice at last. Mark's sins laid bare for all to see, his facade of innocence shattered by the relentless pursuit of truth. Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest, her daughter's voice echoing through the courtroom in silent vindication. And as the phone from the abandoned house sat in the evidence locker, a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded, whispers of a ghostly ring still echoed in the hearts of those who had heard Catherine's tale. For in the end, it was not the supernatural that brought justice, but the unwavering voice of a victim speaking from beyond the grave. Story 21. The old house had sat silent for years, whispers of its past echoing through the neighborhood. Stories of the young woman who vanished within its walls lingered in the air like a haunting melody. When the new occupants ventured inside, they were met with a peculiar sight, the bedroom door sealed shut, as if guarding secrets within. With cautious determination, they forced it open, revealing a room frozen in time, untouched by the passage of years. The air hung heavy with neglect, a shroud of dust cloaking every surface. In the dim light, they noticed peculiar details, the bed neatly made, the mirror devoid of smudges. And there on the desk, a lone candle stood as a silent sentinel, its wax a hardened pool of forgotten dreams. But it was the open notebook that beckoned their attention, its pages whispering a tale long forgotten. Detective Morgan, a silent figure in the room, pored over the words penned by the missing woman, Elise Winters. Her elegant script spoke of a lurking fear, of unseen eyes watching from shadows. As the forensic team combed the room for clues, a sense of unease settled upon them like a heavy fog. The landlord, a specter in the doorway, murmured of thorough inspections and unlocked doors, his voice tinged with a hint of dread. Elise, a paralegal entangled in a web of corporate deceit, had unearthed secrets that threatened to unravel powerful forces. The detective delved deeper, unraveling the threads of Elise's life with meticulous care. Her colleagues spoke of a woman consumed by her pursuit of truth, her once steady demeanor now tinged with paranoia. The room offered little solace, its pristine appearance belying the turmoil that had unfolded within its walls. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard, a cryptic discovery awaited a key to a safe deposit box, a gateway to revelations long buried. Documents and recordings unveiled a web of deceit woven by those entrusted with justice. The truth, like a slumbering beast, stirred from its slumber, ready to be unleashed upon the world. As the investigation unfolded, a sinister truth emerged, a truth that pointed to a man of power, a man who had silenced the voice of justice in the dead of night. Vincent Harriman, a wolf in sheep's clothing, stood accused of heinous crimes, his facade crumbling under the weight of evidence. Through hidden passages and obscured truths, the mystery unraveled, exposing a darkness that had long festered in the shadows. Elise's legacy, a silent testament to her courage, stood as a beacon of light in a world shrouded in darkness. Justice, though delayed, found its mark, piercing the hearts of those who thought themselves untouchable. The house, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, stood as a monument to the courage of a woman who dared to challenge the powerful. Its walls whispered of secrets long kept, of a truth that could not be silenced. And as night fell, a flicker of light danced in the window, a ghostly reminder of a soul that refused to be forgotten. Story 22. In the midst of a storm, a leak in the roof forced her to venture into the attic, a place she always avoided. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, an old dollhouse sat in the corner, its miniature furniture meticulously arranged, each piece frozen in time. However, as she peered into the tiny rooms, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures within were not mere dolls, but intricately carved replicas of her family, mirroring their exact positions in the house below. All except one, the figure meant to be her, was standing near the attic door. Rebecca Morgan delicately traced her finger over the dollhouse's roof, feeling the spot where the tiny figure stood. A sense of unease crept over her, unrelated to the chill of the draft swirling through the attic. This dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. This wasn't her childhood home, but a temporary abode the family had recently occupied. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to contact the authorities in a state of distress. Police officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family gripped by fear, reluctant to return upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially viewed the situation as a prank or the product of an anxious family adjusting to a new environment. However, the meticulous craftsmanship of the dollhouse intrigued Detective Harmon. Each tiny figurine captured unique details of the family members, from the father's receding hairline to the mother's birthmark. The presence of fingerprints on the dollhouse, unrelated to the family, and microscopic cameras hidden within the figures raised the stakes of the investigation. Forensic analysis revealed a disturbing truth. The miniature figures mirrored the family's movements over several days, indicating a deep familiarity with their routines. It became evident that the intruder had been observing them extensively, learning their habits and positions with eerie precision. The investigation took a chilling turn when a concealed entrance to a secret basement living space was uncovered. Evidence suggested that someone had been living beneath the unsuspecting family for weeks, despite the absence of forced entry. Property records unveiled a grim history of the house, previously owned by an elderly couple who had passed away. Neighbors' accounts provided little insight except for occasional sightings of lights in the vacant house. The breakthrough came through digital forensics, leading investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, a trove of photographs and journal entries revealed the extent of the perpetrator's obsession with the Morgan family and other residents. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners, who had spiraled into debt after his parents' demise. He had covertly inhabited the house, using the dollhouse as a surveillance hub to monitor the occupants. Wells's psychological evaluation exposed a disturbed mind fixated on regaining control over his childhood home. During interrogation, Wells chillingly justified his actions as a means of asserting authority over those residing in what he considered his property. The court proceedings culminated in his conviction on multiple charges, shedding light on the need for stricter real estate disclosure laws and tenant protections. The harrowing ordeal left a lasting impact on the Morgan family, prompting them to seek solace in a new home far from the haunting memories. Rebecca, haunted by the realization of being watched and manipulated, removed all remnants of dollhouses from their new abode. Despite the physical distance, the psychological scars lingered, manifesting in a lingering fear of surveillance. As criminologists delved into the case, they marveled at how long Wells had operated undetected, moving from one property to another, creating miniature replicas of families to satiate his perverse fixation. The judge, acknowledging the profound violations suffered by the Morgan family, emphasized the breach of privacy and security perpetrated by Wells. The tale of the dollhouse stalker serves as a cautionary reminder of the unseen threats lurking within the walls of seemingly ordinary homes, prompting a reevaluation of safety measures and vigilance in safeguarding one's sanctuary. Story 23. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls. Pipes groaned in the night, floorboards whispered tales of long-forgotten footsteps. But the new tenant, Sarah, sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed from above, yet she resided on the top floor. One fateful night, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased, plunging the space into a heavy silence. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah chose to keep the incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building or perhaps a stray creature seeking refuge in the attic. Despite the nightly footsteps that danced across her ceiling, she adapted, drowning them out with blaring television and headphones, seeking solace in the cacophony to evade the methodical rhythm that haunted her in the darkness. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawl space while conducting routine repairs. Behind a section of drywall near Sarah's apartment, an unauthorized passage was unveiled, revealing a clandestine dwelling. The police were summoned promptly, and Detective Morris, accompanied by Detective Rivera, arrived to a scene of palpable unease. The maintenance worker, visibly shaken, muttered about someone dwelling within the walls, watching in silence. Within the hidden space lay a notebook brimming with meticulous observations of Sarah, her routines, her habits, her very essence meticulously chronicled. The final entry spoke of Sarah's defiance, of being ignored, of a chilling proclamation that no one could disregard the unseen watcher. Forensics delved into the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that defied identification in any database. The network of concealed passages within the building intertwined like a sinister web, connecting to multiple apartments but culminating in observation points solely within Sarah's abode. Current residents professed ignorance of any irregular occurrences, while past tenants whispered of an unsettling presence, a feeling of being watched, of unexplained disturbances that drove them to silence. A breakthrough emerged with the discovery of microscopic blood spatter in one of the hidden spaces, linking it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished mysteriously years before. As Detective Morris retraced Martin's steps, a pattern emerged. Edward, a reclusive figure who had resided in multiple buildings, always on the top floor, leaving behind a trail of disquiet and unanswered questions. The investigation led to a desolate cabin on remote land, a shrine to surveillance and secrecy. Photographs adorned the walls, maps detailed the building's inner workings, and chilling journals chronicled the captor's twisted fixation with his unsuspecting subjects. The cabin's grim secret lay beyond a series of graves, each a testament to Edward's sinister legacy. As the authorities grappled with the horrors unearthed, a new notebook surfaced in Sarah's building, hinting at an elusive presence evading capture. The ominous message etched within foretold of a hidden sanctuary evading scrutiny, a chilling reminder of the lurking danger that eluded detection. Sarah, the unwitting target of Edward's twisted obsession, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a tapestry of unanswered queries and lingering dread. As the manhunt for Edward intensified, Detective Morris found himself haunted by the specter of those silent footsteps that once echoed above Sarah, a reminder of the unseen threats that lurked within the shadows of ordinary life. The enigma of Edward Mercer, the phantom in the walls, endures, a cautionary tale of hidden spaces and malevolent intent. And as night descends, Detective Morris gazes upward, listening intently, pondering the chilling possibility of unseen eyes watching from the darkness, a testament to the enduring legacy of those who dwell in the shadows. Story 24. In the quiet solitude of her mother's attic, Sarah Winters uncovered a forgotten box labeled Memories. Within its confines lay a collection of faded Polaroids, capturing fleeting moments of joy and togetherness from her childhood. Among the smiling faces and flickering candles, a subtle unease lingered. It was the presence of a mysterious figure, lurking at the edge of each photograph, growing closer with every passing image. As Sarah delved deeper into the box of memories, a sense of disquiet settled within her. The figure, a man shrouded in shadow, stood just beyond the glow of celebration, unnoticed by those in the foreground. With each photo, his presence became more pronounced, a silent observer of moments long past. Seeking answers, Sarah turned to her father, hoping he could shed light on the enigmatic figure haunting their family photos. But his response was one of confusion and denial, for he could not recall any outsider present during those cherished gatherings. Determined to unravel the mystery, Sarah sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed, a weathered investigator whose keen eyes and steady hands brought a sense of calm to the swirling uncertainty. Together, they laid out the photos, tracing the progression of the shadowy figure as he crept closer to the heart of the celebrations. The detectives' inquiries led them down a dark path, revealing a connection between the figure in the photos and a long-forgotten maintenance worker named Robert Keller, a man with a chilling past tied to unsolved disappearances of children from years gone by. Through painstaking analysis and digital enhancement, the truth began to surface. Details once obscured now emerged: a scar, a ring, a reflection linking the figure to a series of tragic events that had haunted the region for decades. As the investigation unfolded, Sarah's world was upended by the grim reality hidden within the innocent snapshots of her childhood. Pieces of a macabre puzzle fell into place, exposing a web of deceit and horror that had remained unseen for far too long. With each revelation, a sense of closure mingled with sorrow. Families of the missing children found solace in knowing the truth, even as it brought a painful end to their years of uncertainty. Alone in her apartment, Sarah gazed at the final birthday photo, the figure's presence now a stark reminder of the darkness that had lurked beneath the surface of her past. In that moment of reflection, she understood that some secrets are too deep to be buried, their echoes reverberating through time, waiting to be uncovered. And as she placed the photos back in the box, their silent testimony to the hidden horrors of the past, Sarah knew that the shadows captured on film would forever serve as a chilling reminder of the invisible threats that move among us, unseen yet ever present in the tapestry of our lives. Story 25. As the new owners settled into their Victorian manor, they couldn't ignore the oddity of the crackling intercom system that seemed to come alive in the quiet of night. It was a relic from a bygone era, forgotten but still whispering secrets. One fateful evening, the husband, compelled by curiosity, pressed the button, and a haunting whisper pierced the static, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he turned to his wife, whose eyes held a silent denial. The house stood stoic amidst ancient oaks, its exterior weathered but its interior modernized by the Parker couple, Daniel and Meredith. The intercom system, a charming feature connecting every room, beckoned them with its mysterious allure. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, sensing there was more to the reported break-in. Daniel, visibly shaken, recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom that had unsettled their peace. Meredith, her grip tight on a steaming mug, revealed a hidden journal found behind a wall during a renovation. The journal, penned by a leaner, hinted at a dark secret involving her husband Vincent. The investigation unraveled a chilling tale of betrayal and murder from decades past. Vincent Blackwood's carefully crafted facade crumbled under the weight of forensic evidence and confessions. He had silenced Alina's voice permanently, burying her beneath the shed where she lingered as a ghostly presence. The trial exposed the depths of his deception, leading to a swift conviction for murder. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, bid farewell after a poignant memorial for Alina in the garden. The intercom, now silent, witnessed the passing of time as the house changed hands. Workers, oblivious to the echoes of the past, removed the system during renovations, mistaking the whispers for mere static. Detective Reeves revisited the case, pondering how the house had revealed its darkest secret through time. The legacy of the house that answered back lingered, a reminder of Alina's enduring voice that had finally found justice. And as Detective Reeves drove by the manor, she listened for the whispers carried on the wind, a haunting melody of a past laid to rest. Story 26. In the heart of the city, there stood a quaint coffee shop that held secrets as deep as the brew it served. For years, a mysterious man had made this shop his sanctuary, his presence a silent ritual observed by all but understood by none. The barista recognized his face, a familiar yet nameless figure in the backdrop of bustling mornings and hushed afternoons. Then one fateful day, the man vanished, leaving behind a wallet filled with enigmas. Within the wallet lay a driver's license bearing a face without a name, an identity erased from existence. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the case, her mind clouded with questions that led only to more mysteries. As she pored over the security footage, a sense of unease crept over her. The man, known only as John Doe in the shadowy realm of the investigation, appeared ordinary in every aspect, yet his sudden disappearance defied logic, like a ghost vanishing into thin air. Replaying the footage, Mercer watched as John entered the coffee shop, his movements fluid and unassuming. He sat at his corner table, a solitary figure lost in thought, penning words into a weathered notebook. His actions were mundane, his presence unremarkable until the moment he stepped away and dissolved into the whispers of the unknown. The search for clues led Mercer to a wallet devoid of personal traces, its contents a cryptic puzzle with no solution in sight. Blank spaces mocked the notion of identity, credit cards leading to phantom accounts, and a lone business card whispering of a hidden connection. The barista's memories offered no solace, painting a portrait of a man shrouded in silence, his only companions the words he etched onto paper. The notebook, a labyrinth of coded messages and cryptic sketches, held the key to a world beyond reach. With each turn of the investigation, the boundaries of reality blurred. Mercer noticed anomalies in the security footage, a flicker in time signaling a rift in the fabric of existence. It beckoned her to the coffee shop, to the mirror that hung like a silent sentinel between worlds. Behind the mirror's ornate facade, a hidden chamber unveiled a trove of secrets, a collection of wallets, each a vessel of lost identities, a journal chronicling the experiments of a man lost to time. The enigma deepened as whispers of temporal displacement and reality's convergence echoed through the shadows. Mercer traced the threads of the past to a physicist's revelation, a theory of mirrors that bridged the gap between dimensions. In the quiet hours of the night, Mercer witnessed a revelation etched in shattered glass, a reflection of duality, of a man split between worlds. The mirror, shattered and silent, bore witness to a final message of closure, a warning to those who dared tread the path of the unknown. As the case faded into obscurity, the coffee shop's doors closed, sealing its secrets within the rubble of forgotten stories. Daniel Weston's fate remained a riddle lost to time, a mystery whispered in the wind that carried the echoes of a man who slipped through the cracks of reality. Detective Mercer's resignation marked the end of an era, yet whispers lingered of a figure seated in silent contemplation, pen in hand, the pages of a notebook fluttering in the breeze of unseen forces. And in the stillness of the night, a fragment of an antique mirror shimmered, casting ripples of possibility across a world unaware of its mysteries. Story 27, the motel stood there, a relic of a forgotten time, its faded sign flickering in the night. Guests came and went, looking for a quick respite from the road. The receptionist handed her the key with a cryptic warning, his eyes betraying a hidden knowledge. "Remember, avoid the last door on the left," his voice barely a whisper. Intrigue sparked within her, a flame of curiosity that beckoned her towards that forbidden door. That evening, bathed in the soft glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before it. The brass doorknob sent a chill through her fingertips, and as she pressed her ear against the door, she heard it a faint, rhythmic breathing, as if the room itself held its secrets close. In a different setting, Detective Morgan Reed found herself at the scene of another tragedy, a room tainted by the scent of iron and despair. Bloodstains painted a macabre picture on the floor, contrasting with the untouched surroundings. The victim, a young woman with golden locks splayed around her like a halo, seemed frozen in time, her gaze fixed on unseen horrors. Reed knelt beside her, careful not to disturb the silent testimonies marked by small flags. The forensic expert spoke in monotone, capturing the grim reality through the lens of his camera. "Another one, same as before," he remarked, his words heavy with the weight of repetition. Silent contemplation filled the room as Reed absorbed the details before her. The victim's attire clashed with the motel's humble setting, a stark incongruity that hinted at a deeper narrative. The puzzle pieces whispered of a story untold, a tale of unsuspecting souls lured into a deadly dance. The motel manager lingered in the shadows, his face a canvas of guilt and sorrow. She came alone, paid in cash, I never imagined. His voice trailed off, haunted by the echoes of the past. Reed's keen gaze swept the room, searching for clues that would unravel the enigma before her. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together a grim mosaic of tragedy. 3 women, their faces hauntingly similar, found in transient lodgings, their lives cut short by an unseen hand. The media buzzed with speculations of a predator on the prowl, preying on the unsuspecting. Autopsy reports revealed a grim truth: death by strangulation, a brutal end meted out by a callous hand. Reed knew instinctively that this was no random act of violence, but a calculated vendetta, a personal vendetta that defied conventional motives. Days blurred into nights as Reed delved deeper into the shadows cast by the killer. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, and the victim's background offered no easy explanations. It was a chance conversation with the victim's sister that breathed life into the investigation. A man known only as C, a shadow in the periphery of the victim's life, emerged as a person of interest. Reed followed the trail of secrets to the victim's workplace, where a facade of professionalism masked darker truths. The confrontation with Charles Emerson, a man of stature and influence, unraveled a web of deceit that spanned beyond the confines of the crime scene. His polished exterior cracked under the weight of accusations, revealing a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The pieces fell into place as forensic evidence linked Emerson to the crimes, painting a damning portrait of a man driven by obsession and fear. In the courtroom, justice unfolded like a tragic play, the families of the victims finding solace in the sentence handed down to Emerson. Reed's eyes met his, and for a fleeting moment she glimpsed the abyss that dwelled within him, a void where empathy should have resided. The media dubbed it the Room on the Left saga, a tale that captivated minds and hearts alike. But for Reed, the echoes of that fateful encounter lingered, a ghostly reminder of the darkness that lurks behind closed doors. As she walked down hotel corridors in the dead of night, Reed found herself counting doors, a silent vigil against the unknown. In the evidence vault, the keys to those forbidden rooms lay dormant, a chilling reminder that some secrets are meant to remain buried. And so, the tale of the Room on the Left faded into memory, a cautionary